New pistons, new bearings. Actually, it was pretty nice job here. We didn't find nothing too wrong with this bad girl. Honestly, I don't even think we needed to do all this, but we did a quick hone job. As you can see, we got our S45 crosshatch in there now, and a little bit of carbon scoring vertically. These old rings for the old pistons were the oil control ring was very, very plugged up. The head looked like it was a 150,000 mile head, and then I realized that we have this plug here. So if you guys have a 2006 to 2008, some cases the 09 R18 Z1s and A1s, your block would crack here. So they revised it and put this stupid thing here.
If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of them. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of them. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. Your car won't start, it's your alternator. Matter of fact, it just might be your radiator. Hold on. Or you can put some water in a little container, pour it in your car, and you can ride around.
Hey guys, customer states, here's clunking noise. Look what I find. The clunking noise is our body mount. This thing is moving. I can see daylight down there too. See? I'm wondering if we have rot. I think we have rot, guys. Oh no. Well, here's some joyride information for all you people in this world who own a car and have, when you hit the brakes, excessive shaking, and then you hear this humming noise. That is the sound of a bad fucking wheel bearing. I diagnosed my buddy's car with a bunch of suspension problems, and it just so happens the one wheel where all these suspension parts are bad is now officially having bearing ground. So just remember this, everybody, as a lesson. Just because you have suspension issues, just replacing the parts might not be the root cause of the suspension problems to begin with. Bad wheel bearings can cause excessive stress on all your parts. Have a good day. Today in redneck engine performance, look what I found. AC's not working. I wonder why. I wonder actually what's bad up in there too. But this sensor is broken. And here's the other piece right here. Broken, muddy, corroded. 2013 Chevy Sonic. I think we found why it's not working. Time to hardwire. Seriously, man. Whoever you are, you're always in my stream first. You always like as soon as I like it. And then you're spamming the hearts with me. You got to be a consistent, frequent flyer here. Speak up. This is going to be out there to help anybody because there's really nothing on this Jeep online, really, for how-tos on how to change the rear subframe out. This is a 2010 Jeep Patriot 4-wheel drive. Actually, this thing was pretty easy. First thing you want to do. All right, go. It's recorded. Cam down, last one. All the mechanics' craziest nightmares. Here's a 2017 Versa. Door hinge is rocking. Yep. Here's a Honda Odyssey. Customer brought the car up and said that it just started making noise. Yeah. Okay. Now we have my infamous 10mm socket. We all know what happens to these things. To this day, I can't find it again. Customer called me and said his engine locked up. Come to find out, he put engine oil in the transmission. Definitely put that one in the wrong hole, baby.
Out heart me, motherfucker. Yeah. Beat me. Come on.
Brand new rebuilt trans and engine destroyed. And here's my booty inside of a 1968 C10 pretending to be an LS. You guys have a good one. Like, subscribe. All right, guys. This is her done. Just got the engine back in time properly. I think we set her at about 14 advanced, which 12 to 14 I hear is best for these. This thing loves 14. Got about 80 hours into this project now. Hood's back on. Car's looking clean, man. She's ready for the road. This thing's been a nightmare. It started with a C's motor.
All right, so I'm gonna give you guys a little backstory. I got a phone call. This guy says, "Hey, I think I need a starter. Something's wrong with my car. It won't crank." So I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "I also went out and bought a high torque starter, and it still don't work." I'm like, "Dude, your motor's locked up. I bet." I show up. He said he installed an Eddie Bauer intake on the car and routed one of the preheater coolant lines to the throttle body to an intake hose that then sucked coolant into the engine, hydrolock number 4, and then his high torque starter bent rod number 4, causing the counterweight of the crank to hit the bottom of the piston skirt, and then the rod was hitting off of the lower part of the cylinder wall. Yep. That guy was an idiot.
Engine that I took out of here had a bent rod number 4, which is that connecting rod hanging out right there. And with our old block. But, yeah. That's what caused us to rebuild a whole nother engine. That was bad that we got too. Had bad bearings. If you know, you know. This is how you bless an engine that you saved with a plastic valve cover. If you know, you know.
Here's a 460 EFI big block build. By the way, guys, if you're liking some of this, if you want to subscribe, like, smash the heart emoji. Let's go, baby.
Life's gonna need to make mistakes real fast, and you learn how to beat them. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing of the pains in the past. Move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing. I've been doing this, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic, got me going off on a mindless topic, yeah.
For anybody that owns a 3.5 liter from Nissan and you see oil leaks such as this one has right here. So if you start seeing oil leaking all over this area, it's probably your oil cooler seal. There's a seal
Let's
back here.
spam that heart emoji until
You
you
gotta
break
replace.
YouTube, baby.
And I've replaced it. I've actually done timing chains in this engine too, so we're in the process of putting it back together. Oil pans on, timing covers bolted down, that filter is fixed. There you guys go. Oil leaks, big prone problem with these. Stupid little O-ring, I think it's like $6 or $7. Takes 10 minutes to change it. Have a good day. Just opened up a lot of room to get this out. The gears off. We're gonna move this into there too. Sorry I'm winded, this thing was not easy to move.
If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I could fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch.
Oh, also this video, I finally got the Continental C90 engine back for the Cessna 140 airplane. I got some videos of it today. I'm gonna edit and upload shortly, so you guys enjoy when I finally get it up on the stream.
Can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic. Hey, your car won't start, it's your alternator. Matter of fact, it just might be your radiator. Hold on. Or you can put some water in.
This doesn't sound I'm going to drive to work tonight. It's a nice day. There's a beautiful.
Customer comes in today, said she's got wires hanging down and steering difficult. Now, I am just absolutely baffled and stumped at this one. If anybody's got a part number for these wires, drop it in the comments. I think I'm going to start there, and we'll investigate the steering.
Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kinda odd. No barking from the dog, no small. And mama cooked the breakfast with no hog. I got my grub on, but didn't dig out. Finally got a call from a girl I wanna dig out. Hooked it up for later as I hit the dope. Thinking, will I live another 24? I gotta go, cause I got me a drop top. And if I hit the switch, I can make the ass drop. Had to stop at a red light, looking in my mirror, not a jacker in sight, and everything is alright. I got a beat from Kim, and she can fuck all night. Called up the homies and I'm asking y'all, which part are y'all playing basketball? Keep me on the court and I'm troubled. Last week fucked around and got a triple-double. Freaking niggas every way like MJ.
Hello guys, welcome to today. Not very often I come into U-Pullets for parts, but if I find anything cool, I'll be sure to show you guys what's rotting away in this junkyard. Stay tuned, maybe you'll find something good. Right here, we're looking for a 5-4 Triton valve cover.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the weirdest thing I've ever discovered. So, my customer called me, said his engine didn't run. Well,
Jury-rigged engines. Here's the Porsche 924 transmission, completely cleaned up. This guy here, no face being shown, is gonna paint this bad girl. So when she goes back in the car, she's gonna look back. Before picture, wait for the after. Hey, here's part 2. I got the new axle in finally. That son of a gun over there with the vice grips did not want to come out. But overall, this should have been easy. It was not. Here's something for you guys who ever have to change your CV shafts on these bad girls right here. This 4Runner is an 04. It's really not that hard to do. I love this feature on these cars. This right here bolts to the bottom of your knuckle, so you don't have to take the lower ball joint out to essentially move your knuckle to get that drive shaft out. So it's just take the wheel off, the nut off, and then 2 bolts, and there you go. You literally could take this damn thing right off the car. That easy. So I'll give Toyota that. Although that C-clip for 20 years it wasn't happy. It didn't want to come out. But easy. Just so you know, not messing with you, Alfred. Here's your A. There's all your yellow markings everywhere. By the way, you guys got a little yellow marking happy on every single freaking surface on this damn thing, which is nice. At least you guys know for sure it's yours. Looks good to the naked eye, but if you look right there, valve contact to the piston, this one doesn't look bad. Look at these ones. And they don't look like it, but they're definitely bent. And if you, oh wait, what? Oh God. One valve that's seriously bent. This one's bent too. So this one's bent, that one's bent, that one's bent. I'm betting these are bent too. Come on, man. You told me it was good. Well, Austin, it's all about ready to go for a hood and come to you. This is how you know it's brown certified, guys.
If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I could fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. Your car won't start, it's your
You guys might think that was fake because the RPM gauge wasn't moving, but that was a 1989 International Bluebird school bus with a 5-speed manual. Unfortunately, we had no RPM function. I don't know if the gauge is broken or if there's some sensor on the 7.3 IDI in there. But nope, that was the true engine sound. Non-turbo IDI 7.3 pre-power stroke. Non-turbo, if I didn't say that.
Hoping I'll never make it out of this town. She won't leave me alone. Most evenings all I do is sit at home, think about the girl I done right or wrong. She's got my heart tied in a knot. Will I make it out? No, probably not. All I got left to do is sit here and drink. Another lonely night down at the bar.
Bro, there's naysayers out there saying this ain't a rebuild motor and hasn't been apart for years. Yeah, right. This ain't been apart for years. You're right, it hasn't. It's been sitting in a junkyard since it was rebuilt for like 5. But, yeah, look.
It's just a creek. It's a river.
Yep, accurate TL. Bad wheel bearing. That shouldn't be. Alright guys, we're gonna cease today. Maybe if I can set the damn camera down somewhere safe. Alright. You know you have a bad engine when there's no rocker arms and this is the noise you hear. Well, that's a good sign. For that cylinder. I'm waiting for the gurgling. There it is. Yeah. That's a bad valve. But you have low oil pressure and random misfire and cam solenoid codes. It is probably this seal here or this seal here. So remember that, gentlemen, women, whoever loves the 3.5 liter Nissan motor. If you strengthen the primary chain tensioner and you go ahead and address these with upgraded seals or make your own, or if you're a person like me, you can make it all bulletproof. If you can fix all the red lines that are in here and find a way to make sure it doesn't fail, you can put a good amount of power, about 450 horsepower, and I wouldn't say it wouldn't be a whole 100% reliable at 450 in a lot of cases, but I think this engine can handle easy 500 without risk of, a rebuild for more power in the future if you're really planning for it. Welcome to the mechanic shop where we do stupid fucking things. We have a Porsche 924 doing a clutch. What a fucking joke. This car sucks fucking balls. Alright guys, so 40-year-old fucking axle nut does not come off at all. Okay? We gotta pull the transmission out, which is in the back of the car. And you have a torque tube down the center of the car. And then you got the transmission bolted to the clutch and flywheel through a torque tube all the way up here. There's like a million fucking things you gotta do to get that stupid thing out, to even access the bell housing, which is also bolted on by itself, a little piece. Like, it's bits and pieces. And guess what? You can't even take all that out until you remove the entire fucking exhaust. Yes! Let's go, Porsche! Today on Jury Rigged Engines, been a while since I've posted a repair video, but yeah, that's gotta go. This gotta go. I think you could say the sway bar end leak's bad, so we're replacing all this. Come behold, the cam bolts are seized. Yay. This is a 2004 Toyota 4Runner. With the good old 2UZ FE or the 4.7 liter V8. But it's proof. She got a little bit of valve cover leak. We'll fix that later. But
We have had a lot of fun with this. Brand new timing belt, water pump, alternator, and now we're doing the control arms, and I have a feeling one day I'm going to do this too on the top. But so far this is actually pretty easy, guys. There's like 3 bolts to get where I am, and then you got 2 more there, and you're done. Today on Redneck Engine Performance, we get to look at this sexy 4 big block. Here's our oil cooler, our oil filter. Okay, it's gonna be mounted way back there, right in that little hole for oil changes. But starting to look like an engine again. Did a first crank over. Everything seems to be good. No noises were heard, so fire ups to come, baby.
All right, guys, get ready for some mechanic fails and customers being dumb.
Where the heck did I leave my ratchet? Oh, there it is. How silly of me.
Oh man, you want that peanut butter interior? I got you. Got that real BMW, real peanut butter. This
This customer tried fixing the engine shield noise by securing it with a screw directly into the oil pan.
Del agua al lado, papi. Más atravesada que.
Let's see if I can start my unit. Let me check the oil first. Oh shit. That's weird. Let's turn that off. Let's check in here. See if there's any oil in here. Yep. Oh yeah.
Look at that
Okay,
rod
we definitely
journal,
got oil.
man. What the heck
Ready to go?
happened to that engine?
So this customer didn't realize that there was anything wrong until his airbags blew up, right? Found out that the height sensor, or no, it was in the splash zone, height sensor is not working anymore. But, you know, the shocks are blowing out and leaking. And most importantly, upper control arms completely blown off. It's kind of crazy. I always wonder how people don't even realize what's going on behind them. The whole rest of the truck's in decent shape, though. It's got that going for it, which is nice.
This customer pushed their Ford 1.0 EcoBoost for over 35,000 miles without bothering with an oil change and even ignored.
If nobody here knows and you're a mechanic, Ford has gone with the 2014 Ford Escorts, or no, Ford Focuses. They have a 1-liter 3-cylinder turbo motor that has a wet timing belt. The timing belt lives in the oil. As metal particulates flow through the metal or the engine, it gets caught in the sprockets for the belt. As those pieces of metal are embedded into the belt, it causes the teeth to soak up oil, destroying its coating, thus deteriorating. What then happens is the teeth off the belt fall into the oil pan and then get sucked up by the oil pickup, plugging the oil pickup, and then obviously starving the engine of oil. Let's go forward. freaking geniuses.
The low oil pressure warning. The technician discovered broken timing belt pieces clogging the oil pump strainer, resulting in critically low oil pressure. The engine overheated and eventually seized up.
I'm actually shocked to see that bearing stuck in the rod and not
Customer
cranked.
states,
That's impressive.
vehicle makes a rotational noise
That means
while
it's
turning
spun
at a
and
high
headed and
speed.
seized to the rod and
Well,
welded
bud,
itself to the rod versus the
I
crank,
ain't no
which is
expert,
something I don't see every day.
but I don't think your wheel's supposed to be riding along your stabilizer bar. Yeah. Or hitting your control arm. I mean, come on, dude.
Do it low. Oh, that looks a bit weird.
There it goes. I think she's broken. Yeah.
What? How did that get here?
Damn, dude.
How did that get here?
Does it? Wonder what's going to happen when that airbag deploys right at you.
Guess I might be a little too lazy. I won't even fix that, but, good thing I got one of these bad boys right here.
Check out what this guy received from AliExpress after ordering an accessory belt for his car.
Alright, so the driver said his truck keeps cutting off every time, right after he filled up. I mean, that's pretty clear for diesel. But, this is a sample I just took.
Don't do this stupid shit inside of the building, people. That's so dumb. I wouldn't have done that inside.
Who needs motor mounts? Nobody needs motor mounts. Alright, go ahead and hit it.
Look at the state of this.
Custom install, boys. Look at that bad boy. Check it out. Got the big screens.
You know why your 98 Civic is holding up, brother? It's because it's a Honda. You can't kill a Honda. It is extremely hard to kill a Honda. You really, 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 really got to be beating the piss out of it to kill them. Even then, they're pretty hard to kill. At least I know with the V6 engines, they're damn stout engines. So, speaking of which, what engine is in your 98? I'm curious, what are you rocking? Is it stock? Is it boosted? Is it riced out?
This semi-truck driver faced a double trouble scenario. Not one, but two check engine lights appeared on the dash.
Guy just drove his Ford up here. It's 11. Said it's not acting right. I popped the hood and it's looks like his belt's done come off. So we're gonna get him a belt put back on here and get him back on the road. I'm surprised he's able to make it up here. That belt all tangled up like that. Easy fix.
Now let's tow the car from the bumper and rip everything. I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
You got the first generation J30, my man. Hey, little secret. There is a Frankenfurter hybrid that you could do with a J32 and a J35. You take a J35 block from like a 2010 to 2015 VCM car. You go get a 3.2 liter head, the A2s, I believe, or A1s. I forget which head would be ideal. You bolt those down onto that 3.5 block. You got high compression, and you take a 250 horsepower motor stock, basically turn it into about a 400 horsepower. If you do stage 2 cams, you know, you do the right thing, you could get about 400 easy out of a J35 without boost.
Don't tighten your brake caliper up. Through the rail. What in the Billy Bob is this?
This customer brought his Mini in for a gearbox replacement. The technician was shocked to discover that it had no coil springs and instead had yellow rubber spacers in place. The customer's response was the springs were rusted, and this was the cheapest way to make the repair.
I just gotta fold my mirrors out real quick. Yep. All right.
Aftermarket car alarms, what they do to you, ignition switch.
Steering wheel should be here.
Let me guess. Your front subframe on the passenger side has rotted out from the AC condenser drip line, causing it to rust out. Very, very common on 99 to, I want to say, 03 Accords. And for some reason, it was only the Accord, 4 doors. I don't know if the 2 doors had the same issue, but I found a lot of 4-door Accords with that same fucking problem.
This is what happened.
So it affected, weren't the 4 cylinders having the same issue? I'm pretty sure, because it was the drip hose coming off the firewall just right onto the subframe. And I'm going to assume it is where the mounting bolts for the subframe right there behind the wheel to the body of the car in the floor pan, right?
Whenever you turn on the headlights.
Look at this.
Entire.
Hey, just so you know, man, Toyota 4Runners and Toyota Tacomas from the late 90s, early 2000s also had the frames rot out because of the same fucking reason. The AC condenser drip hose right onto the frame. At least you could replace that on an Accord. You can't do it on a 4Runner without stripping the whole damn thing.
So I think my heater just might have broke. I mean, it's off right now, and when I turn it on,
Go like this. You have a fully detachable sway bar.
Oh my god! Alright guys, got a bit of a problem with my 520D. I don't know if this is meant to happen.
Oder? Was war das?
I don't think it's supposed to be doing that. What? Oh, that ain't good. Okay. Turn.
Okay.
There's that water rushes by somewhere just up the street from you. Somebody peed. Or a bear.
Hey, thank you, Wizard. I appreciate that. Remind me to give you a freaking big old kiss next time I see you tomorrow, Matt. Randall, I rarely use Discord until I met a lot of people doing these live streams that are equally as obsessed with engines as I am. Bro, you should see the cult. There's like 40 of us in here. And I have been learning things myself as an engine master that I didn't even know about. And you'd be amazed at how many stupid things that you could do to specific cars of our liking, especially your Hondas, that you can do for cheap. Like the K20 and K24 hybrid. You take a K24 block, you put a K20 A2 head on it, all motor, you could get 300 horsepower out of that all motor. Out of a 4-cylinder with no turbo. Just by putting a head and a block together. It's amazing. Don't ask me why Honda has turned into the new 4-cylinder version of the LS swap, but it definitely has. CRVs are the way to go. You gut the driveline out of a CRV, put a K20 head on that K24 block, call it a day. Hey, let me ask you this. Since you've been arrested, how fast were you going? And do you, give me a little more details on that engine, bro. If you're getting arrested, you're pushing it that far. How much horsepower? Like, what's the power output you're thinking? I'm assuming you've never dynoed it. Dynos ain't cheap and are hard to find, but give me some details on it. If you got arrested, I got to know if the car is even worth being arrested going that fast over. You gotta have some fucking crazy shit going on under that hood. I just want you to know, Randall, I'm that guy and I'm that troll. The YouTube channel Boosted Boys, when they did the K24 swapped Honda Odyssey, and I knew about the J35 secret of the 3.5 liter J motor, I have a 2004 Honda Odyssey with a J34 or J35 with a J32 A2 heads and a big gnarly turbo. That motherfudger is pushing easy 500. Why? I don't know. The transmission is slipping real bad now, which is good. I don't want the automatic. I have a 2012 Honda Accord that the engine blew up that I stole the block out of to then in turn build my motor that I put into the Odyssey. That transmission is a 6-speed manual, and my end goal is to swap that into the minivan and figure out how to make it work. Cut holes in the floor, baby.
Something's barking over there, dude.
The D16 just popping out the engine.
Luxury.
I don't know if the J30, the 3-liter, was in Odysseys. It might have been. I'm not up to date on that one. I'm pretty sure that the 3.5 or the 2.4 were very common in them. But to be straight up with you, I've never seen a 2.4 Odyssey personally. I've always seen them with 3.5 liters. I know the 03 and 04 Audis had the 3.5. Definitely haven't seen a 3-liter, but that could have been the older models, because I think the 3-liter was like 96 era, and then the 3.2 was like 02 to 04, mostly in Accords, and Acura TLXs or whatever. But did a 3-liter come in a Honda Odyssey? I'm not sure. Anybody else know that outside me, Randall? Don't say that's a downside, bro. You tell me right now, who is doing a quarter mile at 7 seconds with a stick shift? Nobody. Except Cletus McFarland. I'm pretty sure Cletus McFarland has a record still of the fastest stick shift car in that type of time. But, I mean, everybody's generally using semi-automatic or automatic, hydroglides, power glides. I know a lot of Hondas are stick, but you're not seeing them in these crazy classes without, you know, a sequential gearbox. You know what I mean?
I just gotta fold my mirrors out real quick. Yep. All right.
And I'm pretty sure also on your statement there about the TL, I also believe the TLs never came in a 2-door. They were always 4-door. If you wanted the 2-door, you had to go Accord.
Aftermarket car alarms.
Hey guys, listen and listen carefully when I say this. Do not dog on the 6-cylinder Camaros and Challengers. And in a stock form, they're garbage. But I've started to see some V6 freaking Challengers, in particular Challengers. I've never seen a Camaro 3.6 doing anything. But I have seen the Pentastar 3.6 and Challengers pushing like 600-700 horsepower, which is insane. That engine is so detrimentally unreliable. I don't know how they did it, but the people are starting to build them, okay? And I think they're dumb, but hey, let's all be real. We're all engine freaks, and unique niche engines like a Pentastar doing 1,000 horsepower, I'm going to have to shake that man's hand, because that's my kind of outside the box thinking. I mean, come on, I turboed a minivan for what reason? Why? So I could smoke 5.0 Coyotes with a minivan. That man goes ahead and spends like 80 grand on his car, 100 grand building it, and he gets smoked by a freaking $3,000 minivan. That dude goes back to the dealership crying.
What they do to you, ignition switch.
Steering wheel should be here.
Dude, it's funny you say that. Every single person out there who goes out and buys a Hellcat and shows up to these races or take their Hellcat out to these races, they're all stock. Like, come on, man. If you're going to go spend 100 grand on a car and it only has 800 horsepower, when you could go spend $15,000 on a Honda 4-cylinder and get 2,000 horsepower out of it, the fuck are you going out there buying an expensive-ass, overweight, fucking fat, obese car like a Challenger? I mean, that car I think weighs like 4,800 pounds stock. You could go get a 2,800 pound Honda and put a freaking 200 pound engine in it that's putting out 2,000 horsepower. for a quarter of the cost. Like, if you're gonna race and you're gonna put that money into a Hellcat, you're fake. You're a joke. Don't do that. It's stupid. It's expensive. Everybody just likes the Hellcat because I don't know why. Why is the Hellcat so famous? It's by far completely unreliable. The rear diffs are blowing up. Transmissions are cooking. The engines are having the infamous lifter tick from hell. Like, what the hell's good about a Hellcat? Okay, you got 900 horsepower, but you spent like 80 grand on the car. It's dumb. I think they're dumb.
This is what happens whenever you turn on the headlights.
Look at this.
I'm tired.
So I think my heater just might have broke. I mean, it's off right now, and when I turn it on,
like this, you have a fully detachable sway bar. What?
oh my god! Alright guys, got a bit of a problem with my 520D. I don't know if this is meant to happen.
Oula, c'est pas là.
Hey, are you telling me you got a 3.2 liter, 3-liter tick, bro? At 230,000 miles? I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. Just confirm that what you said is what I've repeated. You have a ticking. I'm going to assume it's coming from the top of the motor under a valve cover, right? All right. Don't panic. Your valve lash is out of adjustment. The nuts slowly back off, allowing the stud to back off your valves. So all you got to do is get a filler gauge and take your valve covers off and readjust your valve lash, and the tick goes away. Nothing wrong with your engine. It just needs a very common valve lash adjustment. It usually starts around 150,000 miles to 200,000 miles on a lot of V6 Honda motors. The 4 cylinders are known for it too. 9 out of 10 times the tick at the top of the motor is a valve lash adjustment out. As you do know, metal wears down, things thin out, and 1/1000th of an inch is very, 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 very micro. Your eye can't determine that, but that would then begin to cause a clacking noise. You're welcome. Free fix. All you need is a filler gauge and take your valve covers off. You don't need a part. You're welcome, buddy. Yeah, you have nothing wrong with your engine. It's a common issue with Honda motors. The valve lash comes out. It, metal wears all over the valves and shit. So you just got to relash it, get it right in the right spec, and watch your dick go bye-bye.
I don't think it's supposed to be doing that. What? Oh, that ain't good. Okay. Turn.
Hey, Randall, take your time. I'm probably going to be here for another hour, brother.
Okay.
There's that water rushes by somewhere just up the street from you. Somebody peed. Or a bear.
Del agua al lado, papi. Va a atravesar que.
Let's see if I can start my unit. I'm gonna check the oil first. Oh shit. That's weird. Let's turn that off. Let's check in here. See if there's any oil in here. Yep. Oh yeah. Okay, we definitely got oil. Where the heck did I leave my ratchet? Oh, there it is. How silly of me.
Oh man, you want that peanut butter interior? I got you. Got that real BMW. Real peanut butter.
This This customer tried fixing the engine shield noise by securing it with a screw directly into the oil pan.
Del agua al lado, papi. Va a atravesar.
Hey, Joe, how you been, brother? Bro, we need to link back up here in the next week. I got to show you something that I've been doing. Let me know how the wife and kids are doing. Tell them I said what's up, and you and I got to go hit the bar up, man. It's been, what, a month now since we last seen each other? Fucking getting older, man. Family and life. But, hey, we definitely got to link up here soon. You got to come check out this crazy idea I got brewing in the back of the shop, brother.
Let's see if I can start my unit. I'm gonna check the oil first. Oh shit. That's weird. Let's turn that off. Let's check in here. See if there's any oil in here. Yep. Oh yeah. Okay, we definitely got oil. Ready to go?
Saturday, bro. I'm gonna go up to the hangar and I'm gonna go hang the engine on the Cessna 140. So I mean, if you want to come up there, and then when we're done, we could go hit up the store, pick up a 30-pack, head back to my house. We'll grill, bring the kids and wife too, brother. And then actually, if you're free, you could help me hang that engine if you wanted to. I mean, I got to do your thing to your car for you too. So I mean, we could get all that worked up at my hangar.
So this customer didn't realize that there was anything wrong until his airbags blew up, right? Found out that the height sensor...
That right there, Randall, is why I'm telling you, you need to join fucking Discord, because that you're my kind of peeps. You just said it. Good drinking stream. I got my beer. I got my joint. I got my cancer. And I got my fucking car videos. Now, Randall, I don't know if you've been here throughout the whole stream yet, but these are just mechanic fails. I have my videos in this playlist here. We'll just skip this.
Well,
all right, this is my 460, which is now 471 big block. I was not trying to build this motor in the manner that it ended up being built, but it's in a dump truck right now, so maybe one day when I retire the dump truck, I'm going to save this motor. But this was about 2-3 years ago. I think the engine now has about 7,000 miles on it, and all she do is haul about 5 ton. So this 460 is in a dump truck that already weighs 9,500 pounds and has a 20,000 pound gross weight. So yeah, this engine hauls 20,000 pounds, 5th gear, up hills, tippy toe on the gas pedal. It is so f***ing torquey. It is stupid. And now I'm thinking I need to do some roller cam shit, really beef her up in the long run, being that I've already punched her 40 over. The heads are ported, fucking 429 valves in it, way bigger valves, way stronger, way thicker valve stem. Right now it has a driftwood RV carbureted cam in it. And this is electronic fuel injection too, by the way. This is a fuel injected big block Ford. 8 injectors, not the TBI shit with a 454 Chevy fucking dogs of motors.
ladies and gentlemen, we're getting more progress. Don't worry, that's just mocking up for my adjuster bracket, which is right there, just making sure everything fits. What? Starting to look like an engine. Here's a little information for anybody.
Oh, look at that. Ironically, Randall, here is me talking about the 4Runner AC condenser drip hose.
If you own a 1980s to early 2000s Toyotas, you gotta watch for stuff on your frame, and I'm gonna tell you why. So from the factory here, Toyota really loves to put the AC heat exchanger drip hose right onto your frame. It causes a hole here, water gets in here, and it rots out everything back here. So the story is, divert that hose and fix your frame before you...
Bro, let's think of something here. Let's go back on this video. Look at that hose. It is a 90 bend hose that comes out of the heater, or out of the, the AC heat exchanger, whatever the fuck, where all the condensation builds up on it, right? If they would have cocked it, just cocked it an inch towards the cat right there, it wouldn't touch the cat and it wouldn't touch the frame and would drip right onto the fucking road. Nope. They turned it, I believe. Maybe it's not specifically all of them. Maybe some disgruntled assembly guy purposely cocked that hose to drip on the frame. But yeah, this whole frame has been patched behind towards the rear axle, because as you see the hole got there, it got water in it. Basically the frame being it's from the north in Pennsylvania, sold brand new in Pennsylvania, state of Pennsylvania for the past 20 years. And that drip hose dripping on it. So during the summer and winter time, this area of the frame was fucking always soaking wet. And it's funny, you go look at the driver's side, it's perfect. Not a single fucking problem. Passenger side, all rotted out. Ironically, around this fucking hose.
So from the factory here, Toyota really loves to put the AC heat exchanger drip hose right onto your frame. It causes a hole here, water gets in here.
I mean, Randall, let's use our brain here. All right, you seem like a very knowledgeable guy. If you're dealing with water, anything, sewage, drainage, I'm assuming you do French drain work. I do slate, terracotta, Spanish tile, roofs, and a big thing is copper gutters and stuff with me. So I'm a gutter guy, I'm a roof guy. I'm also an engine guru. My question for you is, do you think possibly this was done intentional by Toyota, or do you think it was accidental by installation or sabotage by a disgruntled employee?
And it rots out everything back here. So the story is, divert that hose and fix your frame before you snap. Well, guys, got some good news. That's a happy 150,000 mile rod bearing. You can see little materials worn, very little. That's nothing. But for shits and gigs, I'm gonna get a set of bearings and throw rod bearings in here, because this engine was ran upside down. That's like this. It was upside down because the car was upside down in a...
All right, so you're thinking that planned obsolescence was done here, being that Toyota knew the 2UZ-FE was probably one of the most indestructible V8s ever created. You don't hear hardly ever of a V8 gas motor surpassing 1 million miles. I believe the record on the 4.7 liter Toyota 2UZ-FE is 1.2 million miles, and it came out of a 2008 Toyota Tundra, and I believe the automatic transmission in that guy's Tundra was replaced at 780,000 miles. So he got almost 1 million miles out of the transmission. And the engine had 1.2 million, I think it was like 1.2 million, 32,000 miles or something crazy. Like the thing was damn near working on 1.3 million miles, bro. Never had head gaskets done, never had any internal issues, just routine failure of gaskets, like your intake, your starter, your valve cover, your oil pan, your timing belt, and water pump. I think he only had one, I think he had 4 timing belts put in, 4 water pumps put in the entire time he owned the car. And he didn't get them done because they were bad. He just did it at the recommended interval of 60,000 miles, which clearly he didn't really do. And I believe he was like what do they call those? Hot shots. They're called for emergency off-grid, like well operations. He would carry pumps, valves for, like gas wells and oil dregs, and he would go off-road, and basically he just drove all over the United States for emergency calls, like we need this now, and it's on the other side of the country, so he would drive it there so they didn't have to wait months for the part to get shipped. But yeah, I think that dude, he was going off the every 3 to 5 year rule of thumb I would go on, and I'm pretty sure the only company to ever maintain his Tundra was Toyota. I'm pretty sure he took that Toyota every time it needed work to a Toyota dealer, which is insane. They're very expensive, but fuck, that dude's probably making 20 grand every time he does a trip. So, I mean, I guess he could afford it.
Ran like this, and no oil was going to the crank, but...
Hey, Joe, text me tomorrow morning and we could talk more, all right? Sorry, man. I'm getting in depth in this.
For the 30 seconds we ran with no oil, sure as fuck didn't hurt none. So, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna slap some rod bearings in here, and then we're gonna go ahead and
Did you just say, without hoisting the motor, to do a timing belt on a Honda V6? Bruh, put a piece of wood on top of a floor jack and jack the fucking motor up. You just take the freaking torque mount off on the front of the motor by the rad. You take the motor mount off the frame of the car by the driver's side or passenger side. And I don't know how the rear torque mount is on the 3 liter, but if it's close to the main engine mount on the passenger side A-frame, then I would say remove that to lift the motor up, and you don't need a hoist, you just need a floor jack Literally, bro, it'd take you like 5 minutes to take out the primary motor mount. I believe you have to remove either the coolant expansion tank or the power steering reservoir, and that's it. Unless the airbox is on the driver's side on that car, or passenger side, I'm not sure how the 3 liters were. I've, to be honest with you, I don't think I've seen a 3 liter in a very long time. I see 3.2s more than I see a 3.0.
Head gasket, reseal, head gasket, everything top.
Avoid a serious rodently.
Also, I just want you to really understand something here, Randall, for the future. If your timing belt is over 10 years old, you fucking need to replace it, dude. Also, your tensioner pulley and the belt idler pulleys, you need to make sure those are not spewing bearing grease out. Those are the main things that'll kill that motor. I've seen a rare case of 3.5s coming in with a timing belt tensioner failure. I've yet to really find one of them with belt jumping related to a tensioner. I've seen them jump from a pulley. I've seen them jump because people install the wrong AC compressors into the car, and it pulls the serpentine belt closer to the timing cover, thus allowing the belt to jump off the crank's pulley, and it eventually rips the belt in half. You know, if you take your belt, you just take a razor blade down it and you turn it into 2 perfectly round belts. Well, what then ends up happening is that belt that got sheared off by one of the, accessory pulleys like the power steering or alternator, it wraps around the crank pulley, gets behind it, shoves itself into the timing cover, and then jumps the belt that way too. Or I find broken belts. The reason why I'm saying don't really go off the miles, go off the age and the heat cycling of that belt, because it's the rubber degrading, and rubber life expectancy is 10 years. No rubber on this planet will surpass 10 years at all. And it starts to break down, the glue fails, the teeth start shearing off the belt, and then you jump timing that way. So if your belt is 10 years old, replace it. Not 200,000 miles, 10 years old. That's how I go off of it. I've pulled belts off of cars that had 500,000 miles on them, and it threw a rod through the block, and the belt was fine. It was all original, but the car was only 8 years old.
Injury, use duly proper Caesar rim recommended by rim manufacturer, max PSI and tire industry, published noting procedures.
Randall, it is, I think I could do all V6. I know for a fact the 3 liter, the 3.2 and 3.5 liter and 3.7 liter J series motor Honda used, they still use the same timing belt components from day one. Ever since the first V6, the timing belt is the same. Today, the pulleys are the same, the cam sprocket sizes, the crank sprocket size, the timing marks, all of it is the same. And I think I do them in like an hour and a half, 2 hours now. So, I mean, brother, go look up a video on YouTube on how to change the timing belt on your motor in your car specifically, due to the fact it is a cord and it is a tight space. I promise you, man, you're gonna die. I bet you could get to that the timing belt itself in under an hour, like literally under an hour. And always do something I do. I'll take a very soft piece of cork wood, or something soft that you can jam, set your engine top dead center, jam it between the 2 cam sprockets, and then cut the belt right off. 2 bolts take the 2 pulleys off. The water pump is internal on the motor too, and I believe there's 8 bolts that hold that on that are 10 millimeters, and everything's easy access. But you do have to take the driver's side motor mount off, and you do have to raise the engine up and lower the engine down. I've done them on Honda Ridge lines, and you don't have to take the you don't have to jack the motor up or down at all. You just need to remove the main motor mount. And here's the best part about that. You got your 2 torque mounts. So just keep pressure on the oil pan until the mount, it push upward pressure on the engine. So you take the load off the motor mount so that when you're zipping the bolts out, you don't strip them from tension. And then realistically, man, the engine can just hang. It's not going to hit the subframe. It's not going to fall out the car because you got 3 other mounts and 2 of them are bolted to the front and back side of the block. So, I mean, you don't even really need to worry about jacking up and down the motor on a ridgeline. The Accord, on the other hand, I'm not sure. If you have an O2 Accord, that under that hood is very tight compared to like a 2006 and up Accord. So, again, I've never really worked on the older versions.
Very nice.
Yeah, of course it's on the passenger side, dude. You just take the wheel off, all right? You take your alternator off. You take your motor mount off. You might have to remove the power steering pump. I don't think so, but you might. No, power steering pump's on the top of the engine. I'm an idiot. It's in the middle of the 2 heads. You don't have to remove that. You just take the serpentine belt off, the belt tensioner off. Maybe the alternator, maybe not. I do take the alternators off because it's right there. And half the time I try to tell people, hey, look, just replace it. Honda alternators are prone to being bitches all the time. So just replace it there while I'm there. You're already paying me the money to fix it, right? So, I mean, really, man, go watch a video on it, man. You're going to cry. It is as easy as changing your serpentine belt. You're just doing a belt that if you time it wrong, you could ruin your engine. But it's retard proof. And don't ever think taking a marker and marking the belt to the cam, to the back cover, the plastic cover before your heads and your block and everything. Don't ever think that marking that is going to help you. Outside of marking the cam face sprocket with the back plastic timing cover, which you don't take off, and you'll be fine. But dude, the marks are pretty obvious, and there's arrows that tell you where to point it. And the big trick is one of the cams will always try to rotate backwards on itself because of valve spring pressure. It's usually going to be it's going to roll backwards due to intake cams with top dead center. I believe cylinder number 4 will always try to turn the front head cam backwards. Basically, the cam by the radiator, it'll try to turn backwards. Little trick to do is get the belt on all your other sprockets, your crank, your tensioner, and then your rear head, and then you just put the belt like you're doing installing a serpentine belt. You got your ratchet, your socket, but you want to put the belt on the bolt head, and then you put your socket on. Then you just hand turn the cam to the alignment point, and then slip the belt on. It's so easy. You want no slack, cam to cam, cam to crank. You want all the slack at the tensioner. If you got slack opposite side of the belt or between the cams, you're not in time. It's so simple. And the good news is 2 teeth off on the 3-liter on the J series motors will not kill them, as long as you're not in VTEC, which if you're a tooth off, the engine won't even run. But it won't damage the engine. The only way you're going to damage that engine and bend valves is if you really fucking don't know what you're doing. And it's if you can understand irrigation and water's ability to not only go downhill, but it can wick uphill. People always call me and are like, oh, I got a roof leak right here, and I see the ceiling is wet there, but I'm like, okay, it's probably not leaking there. It's probably leaking up here, and it's riding down one of the rafters and then dripping here. So or it could be leaking from the chimney flashing and then riding the rafter down and dripping here. If you understand that doing a timing belt is simple. It is so, think about it. You got intake valve, exhaust valve, and then piston up and down, right? It's a 4-cycle motor. Your piston goes up, down, up, down. That's a cycle. Up, exhaust. Down, intake. Up, compression and fuel. Down, it ignited it. So if you look at your cam lobe on the cam, and if you're top dead center compression, that means the next valve to open for that cylinder should be the exhaust cam. So you look at your exhaust lobe for your exhaust valve, and you go, hey, look, it's at the 3 o'clock position. That means when the crank rotates 180 degrees, it'll now be at the 6 o'clock position. Well, that tells you the valve has left, or the lobe has left the rocker, roller, follower, and closed. So if you know 1 + 1, and if you're on top dead center compression, the intake lobe should be past the valve, and mind you, the cam spin clockwise. So then the next valve to open, which should be exactly identical because it's on the opposite side of the, so let's say right now, intake cam lobe is pointed straight down and directly centered, pushing fully down on your intake valve. Your exhaust valve should be 180 degrees the opposite direction and pointing dead north. Simple. It's really simple, man. And nobody ever explains that to people, how simplified an engine really is. It goes, it's breathing. It sucks, it exhales. It sucks, it exhales. But it's doing 2 other processes that our bodies do internally. It's nothing more than a glorified air pump. Literally, you're going to cry. An air compressor pump, if you took the head off, put a spark plug in it, and put a carburetor on it, it's now a gasoline engine.
Going a little bit slower on the right, no big deal. But here ahead of us, we've got a Jeep and, I don't know, maybe another Jeep, a red Jeep and a blue Jeep.
Bro, shade tree, if you do not trust your guy to not fuck your engine up, $200. I've done them for $200, and the only reason why I say I do them for $200 is because that's $200 in an hour. I make $100 an hour. You know, hour and a half, 2 hours, at most 3. If there's some random unseen fucking bullshit like a bolt strips or something retarded or snaps off, but outside that, I mean, generally $200 at a shade tree sounds fair. A garage, $350 labor at most, plus parts.
What makes no sense about this already is the person in the left lane is going the slowest and clogging that.
All right, I'm going to teach you a little secret. You need a 10 millimeter, a 12 millimeter, a 14 millimeter, 17 millimeter, and you could go to Harbor Freight and spend $200 on a 1/2-inch electric impact gun, 20 volt, and you can literally pull the crank pulley off. Or, here's the best part, disable this engine. Make sure it cannot run. That means unplug the fuel injectors, do something. Unplug all the coil packs, whatever. Prevent that engine from being able to ignite. You put a breaker bar and a 17 millimeter socket on the crank pulley. The engine spins clockwise. That means if you put the socket and breaker bar, have the breaker bar handle touching the ground at the bumper, pointing forward to the car, and then bump the key. And then you could just use the fucking starter to pop the crank pulley bolt out. You don't need special tools to do timing. You just need like 8 sockets, 8 wrenches, and a brain.
If you all don't realize it, slower traffic is supposed to keep right. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to get over to the right. I've got a person merging. And what we've got is a scenario that makes...
You know what? Just for you, buddy. Just for you. That was for you, man. Let's find it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the 2012 Honda Accord I was telling you about. And this one had the serpentine belt destroy the engine.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever discovered. So, my customer called me, said his engine didn't run. Well, I found out what caused this issue. Somebody replaced the AC compressor over here, and it's not right. It sits too far forward. So what ended...
I lied. You don't have to remove the motor mount. As you can see, my motor mount's still on this car.
happening was half the serpentine belt got caught behind the crank pulley. And as you can see, the carnage here. So what happened was the serpentine...
Hey brother, I've seen timing belts go 40 years. So, it's luck of the draw, the abuse, the environment that the belt's exposed to. If there's cam or crank seals leaking into the timing cover and the timing belt's getting oil on it. I found power steering oil seep into the timing cover and cause the belts to deteriorate. Generally, if you're in a mild climate, it's not 150 degrees all the time, or it's not fucking hot, cold, and you know, you're not fucking really beating on your shit 24/7. Generally, the timing belt could last, but again, in most environments, 10 years is about as long as I'll have them go. Depending on how long you've owned the car and when you got the car, I would assume that the timing belt was replaced at least one time. But something to tell you that you can do, there are 3 10mm bolts that hold the plastic cover that you don't need to remove anything to get to. You just take those 3 bolts out, you pull it off, and then you look at your belt. If you see cracking and you can see the teeth showing through the back flat smooth surface of the belt, you need to replace that right away. Now if you see Kevlar strings hanging out of it, you need to replace it right away. If you see that the teeth are showing a bunch of Kevlar fucking strings flaking out of them, you need to replace the belt. If you see none of that, you're fine.
Well, cut into the timing cover and then blew the timing belt apart. So, more videos of the rebuild done here soon. Should be done today.
All right, now I'm going to find you how simple it is to change a timing belt on these V6 Honda motors. I bet you I can find a video less than 5 minutes long telling you how to do it. Stand by. Look at that. Look at that, brother. It even tells you the bolt sizes of everything. All right, now I want you to look at something here. Let me zoom in. 1 bolt, 2 bolt, and then 3 bolts. So I can't draw on this screen right now, but you'll see the VIN tag top left-hand corner here. Let me zoom in. You got that bolt, and that bolt. All 10mm. You take those 3 off. Oh, wait, 4. There's 4 of them. Right there at the top. Can I zoom in on that? Yeah, you got 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, and then 1 here. Also, this rubber plug, honestly, you can see the cracking on the belt. Just pop this rubber plug off, and you'll see the top of the cam and see if the belt has cracks on it. You don't even need to take anything apart. The only issue is you can't see the condition of the teeth. But again, you'll see if the belt's cracking, and let me show you what I mean, which is bad, okay, before we watch this video. All right, right here. You see that cracking, and it goes along the teeth, because think about it, as the rubber degrades, you can see the teeth marks showing through these belts. Cracking. You see how you can see the teeth indenting on the flat side of the belts? This right here, if you see any of that damage to these belts, right there, and look, it aligns with each tooth, as you see, tooth crack, tooth crack, tooth crack. That is the signs that you need to replace this fucking belt. No, it's on the passenger side. 02 with a V6, it's going to be behind the passenger wheel. Transmission's on the driver's side. You're 98. I don't know if 98 they did away with the counterclockwise rotating engines, which were, you know, like the old square Honda Civics, you know, like the original Too Fast, Too Furious Honda Civics. The engine was mounted on the driver's side of the car, and the transmission was on the passenger. If the engine's on the passenger side of the car, your timing belt's on the passenger side. It is, but this right here is your accessory belt, okay? What you need to also note here is that's the motor mount still attached to the engine, and this dude's doing the timing cover. This is your crank pulley down here, and this thing right here is your belt tensioner. That is the belt tensioner. It's oil pressure controlled. There are two belts. If the belt goes around the power steering pump, I mean, dude, somebody, wait a minute. You're telling me you can see both belts? No, there's a belt for your power steering pump solely, or your AC compressor, or your alternator. You might have two crank pulley belts, but this one's, unless you don't have timing, can you see your cam sprockets? Basically, just watch what this, tell me if this is what your engine looks like, and if it's opened up like this is sketchy as fuck, because a random piece of debris, like basically a bit, like for your bit driver, like a 1/4 inch chuck sized bit, gets in this belt and gets over a tooth and onto one of these sprockets, it's game over. You're jumping time. If you see these sprockets with this belt exposed, that's your timing belt. So does your engine look like this in a car? You have your accessory belt, and then you have these two cam sprockets exposed. In a V6? A V6 has two heads, bro. And all Honda V6s had single cam heads. Oh, you're saying single cam head. This is what your engine looks like under the hood right now. Hold on, I gotta confirm something. This is all V6 motors. All Honda V6 motors look like this front. Does it look like this? Are you saying the sprocket right there at the top of the motor on this picture is what you're seeing? No, Honda never made an inline six. Is this what you're talking about right now? Is that what you think your cam sprocket is? So you have a V6. Is this the belt you're talking about? Because you have two cams. One on one head, one on the other head. So you have two cam sprockets because you have two heads. Think of a V6 as two 3-cylinder motors with one crankshaft. That's literally all it is. It's a block that is two engines combined into one. A V8 is two 4-cylinders with one crankshaft. Does your engine look like this? This is a 3.5, the 3.0, the 3.2, they all look the same. This is exactly how they're set up. All right, so I'm going to show you a 3-liter. They're all the same, brother. I'm telling you right now. Here's the 3-liter. Same exact look. That's the 3-liter, okay? That's the 3-liter J30A. Right? You notice how it's the fucking same, the same motor mount from the 3-liter to the 3.2, same crank pulley, same timing cover components, same intake. Watch, bro, watch. Here's the J35 up here. Where is it? Where is it? Look. Here's another 3. This is a 3.5 liter. Look. It's the fucking same. It's the fucking same, bro. I'm telling you. 3.0, 3.2, 3.4, or 3.5, and 3.7s. You can mix and match their parts because it's the same block. The same head. The heads are different. The piston diameter is different. The throw of the crankshaft is different, but the core parts, the block itself, and the timing components are exactly the same. This is all you have to do to get your timing cover off. You got to take off the idler pull or the tensioner pulley, the crank pulley, and that's it. That's it. You got to take off your tensioner for your primary belt or your serpentine belt and the crank pulley, and you could do the timing belt on this. 2 parts come off, timing belt starts. Now back to the video so you can see how easy this is. All right, you're going to watch an 8-minute video of how to fix your timing belt if you wanted to do it. Now remember, do what this guy does at the very beginning. All right, he exposes, look, this is in a car. That's your water pump, is the pulley in the middle of all this. Just take off one of those covers at the top of the motor, the black plastic cover. It's 4 bolts. I showed you where they are. It's a 10mm socket, easy to get to. You might have to have an extension for the serpentine belt that's going to come around the bolt that's indented in the center of the cover down by the motor mount. Might have to fuck with that a little bit, but you might not even have to take that out. Take the 2 bolts at the top out and just pry the cover back a little bit softly and inspect the top of the belt. If there's no cracks, call it a day, put it back together. Take you literally 5 minutes to do. Listen to me and listen to me very carefully. Get your air filter away from the road. Do not do that. That is terrible. Fix that. You'll thank me later. The last thing you want to do is hydrolock and bend a valve at bend a rod at freaking 4,000 RPM VTEC in it. Plus, man, you don't understand. If you got one of those cold air K&N filters, you need to oil that filter. If you're not using the intake oil on it, you are fucking sandblasting your pistons. Bad. 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 You want to get that thing back where it was. Believe it or not, the factory intake, where it was getting its cold air from, is sufficient enough. People who put cold air intakes on their cars is kind of useless. If you're running turbo, then yes, you would want aluminum piping because plastic's just going to blow apart. But like, you should probably go back to a stock air box or put the filter back where it was and get one of the air separator boxes that are sold with true cold air intake kits that tap the intake into the same original hole where it was sucking its air out of, because the stock box has a little piece that comes out and goes into the fender well. And you got the plastic fender cover so mud and water and dirt can't get to it, and it's sucking cold air that is coming through the fog light and plastic diffuser in the lower part of your bumper. So it's getting cold air from the factory. You could get the K&N high flow intake filter for the stock air box. That would help improve CFM, which is cubic feet per minute, aka how much air your engine can consume in a square footage or a cubic foot measurement. Bro, it's not driving your streets, brother. It's the fact that you're putting your air filter in a dust wake zone. You're picking up dirt, man. You're fine to do what you want to do. If it works for you and you like it, you like it. But in reality, you're hurting your engine. There are dust particles that can make it through any air filter, and that gets into your cylinder, and then it hits your compression ring and it sandblasts the rings. I've seen this on Cummins that do a lot of dirt trailing. I've seen this on Jeeps that do a lot of dry dust driving. Like, you literally sandblast the pistons. That's not good. Trust me, man, go get the K&N filter that's designed to fit in that stock air box. Oil it right like you're supposed to, because those type of air filters, if you're not oiling them filters with the oil that is recommended and required, your filter isn't filtering shit. Like if you have a dry cold air intake cone, red, blue, black, yellow, whatever filter cone at the end, and that bitch ain't oiled, it does nothing. Just so you know, a lot of people don't know that. And being that I've done a lot of built motors, and especially Hondas, a lot of people can't figure out why their fucking piston rings are smoking. Well, that's because your stupid ass been sucking dust and sandblasting your rings. They can't seal. All right, the crank dowel alignment needs to be top dead north, pointed north. Simple. All right, this thing, please, for the love of God, the only thing that you need to understand about this reluctor wheel belt retainer is that it has a beveled edge. If you flipped it on one side, it would look like a dish. It has a raised edge, and then the other side is not, with like a razor blade. This blade must be facing away from the belt. If it's not, your belt's gonna ride into that lip and basically destroy itself. Yo, I do not ever recommend you pull the fucking goddamn Woodrow key out like this fucking idiot did. By him removing that, and there is spring pressure on them cams, he could have literally had the crank sprocket spin out of time. And if a piston is at top dead center and intake or exhaust valve started to fucking open itself, it would crash with the spring tension on those valves. It'll crash into the piston and 100% nick the valve. It will not seat properly, and you might have a very low compression cylinder or a dead misfire on cylinder number one. I wonder, can I zoom in on the timing mark? Okay, you see how right at the top there's a notch in the aluminum backplate? There is a line which is over here, it's offset. You'll see the dent above the cam sprocket, and then you'll see like this white scratch line about, I don't know, a fingernail distance on top of the cam. That cam, when he took the belt off, it kicked forward. So you put your belt over the bolt, put your socket on, you turn that white line back to that dot, and you're back in time. Then you slip the belt on. Yeah, bro. Just keep that in mind, man. I've been looking at, and I've actually looked at like Banks, Banks engines. He does a lot of Cummins, Banks EGR delete or EGR sensor delete intake bullshit. I've seen who else? Banks. There's a brand new popping up YouTube channel, Dave's Automotive, Dave's YouTube channel, Dave's Engines. They're the ones that really screamed and said something that I've been telling people for a long time that I don't hear in the trade often, is that your air filter and the cold air filter you're wasting your money for one, and the power gains are 0.2%. Like, I have yet to see an cold air intake do more than 3 horsepower increase to an engine before. Not only that, but you're literally asking without proper education to understand that those type of air filters are oiled filters. Without their oil, they don't do shit. So, plus all the air boxes, I bet you if you go look at your old air box, you got where your hose connects to from your intake, and then you'll notice there's a square cutout or a rectangle shape that is elongated and goes into a hole cut out into the fender wall of your body. Well, it's getting air that has never reached the radiator. It's not being kicked up dirt and dust from the fucking tire. And there's no water going near it. And there's no engine block heat retaining air going in there. It is already a cold air intake from the factory. Almost 90% of them are. And the reason why they are today is because of emissions. Cooler air, less fuel required to get a big bang. And so all car manufacturers, by standard practice, already have cold air intakes because it is efficient, and the EPA says we need efficient. Hey man, I'm going to tell you too about your oil leaks that you'll ever succumb to on this engine. You'll have 2 of them. You're going to have valve covers leaking oil, or your VTEC solenoids leaking oil. You'll have a VTEC solenoid, which is the crazy tall 2 sensors at the top of the driver of the radiator motor. It's going to be right here. Actually, we can zoom in on it. This brown sensor where the oil dipstick is, that is VTEC solenoid for the front head. The VTEC solenoid for this head is at the back of the head by the airbox, your brake booster, your brake master cylinder. You'll see. It'll be this stupid thing on the opposite backside of this head. You'll have oil leaks there, and you'll have an oil leak at your valve covers. Outside that, this engine, I've never really seen a leaking oil pan. Oil never leaks from the some rare cases, the oil based tensioner for the belt could spring a leak, and you're rarely going to see that, or you'll see it dripping out of the black cover at the bottom of your crank pulley. It doesn't matter what color the filter is. You don't have to, I know the intake sound that it makes. You can hear the roar of the engine through the intake resonating from the aluminum pipes. Bro, you can keep the cone filter. Just put it, look up the cold air heat shield that keeps, basically look for a cold air intake like K&N does sell them. You got to get the K&N expensive cold air intake that comes with the black plastic piping and a lot of diesels, it might be aluminum for the Honda V6s, and the cone filter sits in a box that has a clear plastic lid that taps into, basically it replaces your stock air box. You get the cone filter, you get the resonating sound, but it's its own air box, and it's mounted and installed and collecting cold air the same exact way as the factory one. Look into that if you like the sound. I mean, everybody loves the sound, okay? I know what you mean. You know what I mean, but you can't have it near the fucking ground, and especially if you're not putting the intake oil on it. Like, you gotta take the filter off, you gotta clean it, you gotta Dawn dish soap it, you degrease it, you dry it, and then you reapply the special oil that K&N sells back to the filter, and then you can run it. But you do not want it on the ground. No. You want that thing over a foot off the ground. You want it in a place that dirt can't get into. Maybe get rid of a fog light if you got it, and put a mesh screen that could catch major debris so you don't pop holes in it. Or just put it behind the bumper, behind the fog light and the headlight, and then maybe cut a little hole or something. But you basically, you want that filter not able to be touched by outside foreign contaminants as much as possible. Here, you have the 3-liter O2. I just want you to see this. Here's the plastic one I was telling you about. K&N cold air intake adds up to 3 horsepower, dude. 3 horsepower. Is your engine's life worth 3 horsepower? No, it's not at all. Your engine has 240 horsepower. The fuck is 3 horsepower gonna do? It's not even 1% of the power. Like, not even. The one I'm talking about. You want one of these. If you can find one of these that fit in your that fit to your car, that's what you want. But look, it's almost $300, bro. Like, your fucking goddamn Spectre intake kit that you got from a part store like Advance Auto, O'Reilly's, or AutoZone is not gonna do shit for your car but blow it up, especially if you're inexperienced. And these filters from K&N, when you buy them and ship them to your house, come with the oil and instructions on how to maintain your air filter. Without the oil, I stress this and I stress this and I stress this, it does nothing. Your factory air box is way safer to use. Look at that. Honda and Acura J Series timing belt install in detail for 3, 3.2, 3.5, and 3.7s. It's literally the same part number. It's literally the same belt, and it's the same fucking process. Same fucking process for all of them. There's no difference. 5 minutes. 5 minutes this guy could tell you how to do a timing belt. Oh, fuck are these ads on my phone, dude?
Hey, it's Sean here from P2R. Today I wanted to take you guys on a closer, in-depth look on how we do the timing belt on a Honda J Series V6 engine.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do here is go ahead and get the crank gear in place and put the keyway on. Once I do that, I need to get the tensioner pulley, well, the idler pulley, and then the P2R timing belt tensioner in place. I like to leave all of this kind of loose purposely because it gives you a little bit more room for when you're trying to slide the belt on later. So this collar goes onto the water pump, and then we actually put the tensioner pulley in place, and then they have a bolt that actually kind of centers it up so that it sits properly and can rotate or swivel easily. This one I can go ahead and tighten up because it rotates anyways. Now I got the cam gear back end plates. This is the rear cylinder head. This one doesn't have any sensor on it, so you just gotta make sure you have your crush seal at the bottom of it in place, and then you can go ahead and get these two bolts tightened up and put on properly. So the cam gear itself has the keyway built into it, so that's pretty easy. You just need to slide it in the proper position and then go ahead and get the...
This guy, clearly, this is a brand new fresh motor, obviously. This looks like a variable cylinder management or cylinder shutdown VCM motor. And the reason why I'm telling you this is exactly what it is, you'll see the gold varnishing on this head, and you see shiny silver on this head. This in particular with the variable cylinder management is basically, we can go from a 6-cylinder to a V4 to an inline 3. This engine runs on the front head at highway speed 60 mile an hour, not accelerating, as a 3-cylinder to save fuel. In other words, the 2005 and up J35 V6 Honda motors all no longer have VTEC, they have variable cylinder management. Basically, instead of switching to a more aggressive lobe, it switches to no lobe and does not allow the valves to open and creates a vacuum so there's no resistance or air inside the cylinder, thus causing it to not need spark or fuel. So your computer now sees we're in VCM mode, shuts down these cylinders using VTEC, and then it runs as a 3-cylinder. How you know is that this head is getting hot and cooking oil to its valve train. This head is not. Why? Well, that's because this head over here is either working as a 2-cylinder or a 3-cylinder at all times. This head will operate as a 3-cylinder, 2-cylinder, or no cylinder. This head will disable all the valve train, and the engine will solely run off this head, thus being a 3-cylinder. So here's a little insight on that before we watch this guy's video of a VCM Honda. And this is why I tell you to get a VCM era block, because these blocks are a little better casted than the older ones.
VCM allows all 6 engine cylinders to be used during acceleration, where high power is needed, and then switch to 3 or 4-cylinder modes during cruising, where lower engine power is needed.
Hey, tell your wife she can wait 5 more minutes. Just tell her you need 5 more minutes because you're being educated in a career that could potentially keep you from spending money at a mechanic one day. Bro, I'm telling you, if you can change a starter, if you can change your brakes, if you can change your oil, you could do the timing belt on your engine. Watch some videos, do some homework, and go for it. A basic set of tools is all you need, man. And your starter, because I'm telling you right now, the only fucking thing that's gonna suck the soul out of you is how retardedly hard it is to get the fucking crank pulley bolt out of these damn crankshafts. And I've never successfully had one of my impact guns do it. I've always had to use a 3-foot or a 2-foot breaker bar and the starter.
This helps improve the overall fuel efficiency of the vehicle while still providing the power expected from a V6 engine. One challenge when cylinders are deactivated is they no longer generate power, which creates a power imbalance and engine vibration. To counteract the vibration, VCM engines use active control engine mounts. These mounts...
Yes, that 2012 Accord where I played where the timing belt had jumped from the serpentine belt, yeah, it had active electronically hydraulic controlled motor mounts that would basically apply pressure to and no pressure as the engine crank vibrations would occur, being it would run on 3 cylinders.
Are fluid filled and electronically controlled to absorb the majority of the engine vibration created during VCM operation. While most of the vibration is absorbed, some customers may be more sensitive to the noise and vibrations generated during VCM operation. This is most often felt during transitions from 6-cylinder mode to 3 or 4-cylinder modes, and while cruising between 30 and 70 miles per hour. In this range, 3 and 4-cylinder modes are most active, and the steady cruise allows even small changes in operation to be noticed. Customers may also notice that the vibration stops when pressing the accelerator and then resumes when returning to a light cruise. While some noise and vibration during VCM operation is normal, you should always have your vehicle inspected by a Honda or Acura dealer whenever you hear an abnormal noise or feel an abnormal vibration.
Now you know what Honda VCM is. This occurs in 2005 and up Hondas. Your V6 will not have VCM. I believe the 3-liter and 3.2 liter and the 04 J35s were the only V6s Honda ever made that had VTEC. Now I'm going to show you why you need to learn about your J series ability, because you can take a J35 block and computer wire harness and drop it right into your car and bolt it right up to your transmission, and it's the same goddamn thing. Literally, the engine is the same. You could put it in any V6 Honda equipped car. You could put any Honda V6 in with 0 modification.
Hi.
Hey.
Last video and then your wife can have you, buddy.
Nice to meet you. Hey, follow me.
Miss Wife, if you can hear me, you'll have him in 3 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to jump right in on this one. The first thing I'm going to do here is just go ahead and get everything lubricated, put some oil and everything, oil the camshaft.
All right, that's install. I want to hear, I want to educate why to do it. Come on, there's got to be a shorter video out here on the planet of why. Ha ha ha.
Hello, beautiful people.
We're gonna let the car guru do this one. Hi, Michelle. I am educating your mans on how fucking awesome he is to own a V6 Honda motor, and I'm educating him way more on why he is so damn lucky, because these fucking things are bulletproof damn near. As long as you keep up on that timing belt and water pump, there's really no issues.
Well, good afternoon. This is the Black Car Guru back with another video, and I think we need to discuss Acura and these J-Series engines. Now, amongst the Honda and Acura community, the K-Series engines and K-Series swaps in general are actually extremely popular and have an aftermarket the size of your mom's waistline. For example, this 2009 Acura RL is powered by a J37A1, which is pretty much a part of the family like the J30, the J32, the J35, and this one, the J37. Now, to put things into context, this thing was about as fast as a S197 Mustang GT of the same exact year. To put things into context,
I just want you to know, Randy, my man, the 3.7 liter Honda motor stock had 350 horsepower. My Honda Odyssey minivan stock has 280 horsepower. Stock. I believe the 3 liters had 220, maybe 240, somewhere in that ballpark. It was over 200, which for a Honda is retarded because they're light cars.
this vehicle is about as fast as a 2009 Mustang GT. It's literally a second slower with 4 doors and makes the same horsepower. It just goes to show how much Ford slacked off around that time. Now, the biggest issue with trying to boost the J37 in these 09 RLs, the compression ratio is like 11.2 to 1, 11.5 to 1. It's a little too high to be trying to ramrod boost through. ACL rod bearings, forged I-beam connecting rods, and some forged pistons. ARP head studs, MLS head gasket. Run an aftermarket ECU and then add some boost to it, tune it on E85, and you got a nice little 400 to 500 horsepower sleeper. But let's say the RL isn't your thing. Go get a TL or a TL Type S. I always like the ass end of the TL. Like, look at that. Look at that rump.
I want a TL. I have an 09 TL. I'm not going to build it. I'm fixing it and selling it. But I mean, you can't go wrong with these, but I want to really find what I'm trying to get at here. Fuck it. This guy's going to explain it. This will be the last one, and then I'm going to end my stream anyways. It's 6 minutes. Michelle, I appreciate you allowing me to have your husband's time for a little bit. I'm glad I met him on my YouTube stream. I'm not famous. I'm not trying to be famous. I'm trying to find like-minded individuals in this world that maybe one day, as if I do grow, I can call up and say, hey, you some of my early fan dudes, right? You want a job? You want to go into the world and go fucking race Cletus McFarlane? I want to teabag that dude so bad. Because I know Brandon. I know his brother. And I grew up in Bradenton, and I played at the Bradenton Ice Factory when I was in high school. This kid never left, and now he owns the fucking racetrack in Bradenton. I'm very unhappy about that.
Retouch roots in just 10 minutes. New Garnier Color Retouch. No more grays.
Personally, I am much more intentional.
Hey, Sean here again, P2R. Today I wanted to do another tech video, talk to you guys a little bit about the cylinder heads for the J series.
Let me ask you this. Do you have the actual intake or exhaust manifold runners that have 3 portholes, or do you have the one solid porthole on your O2?
Among the J, a lot of people don't realize, but we have 3 generations of cylinder heads. Today's episode, we're going to talk about the exhaust.
Hey, listen, bro. You should already know he doesn't build his shit. He has jack stand. He has his fabricators. He's got mechanics. They know all the math. He just has the YouTube channel and pays them to build his engines. I would not be beating him. I would be trying to beat those guys.
Of things. The exhaust side conversation, we're going to call them by generation. So this is the first generation exhaust, the second generation exhaust. We got the third generation exhaust here. So you can see when Honda first developed the engine, it's your traditional 3-port exhaust. Like pretty much any engine, you got a header, typical header design, like you see on this engine we have here. That's a J35A4 we just finished up for a customer. That's going to go in an S2000 and a road course. It's going to be a really nice setup there. Running a set of our CNC cylinder heads with a Ferrera spring package and aluminum rockers, some other goodies. So back to the heads. After some time, you have emissions. The manufacturer's got a lot to deal with when it comes to that. They shifted to what we call a monoport, where
my Honda Odyssey heads are the monoport, and this is my exact head that is on my Odyssey when I took that motor out and put in my built motor with a 32 head.
the exhaust manifold is technically casted into the cylinder head. And this is where we came to Gen 2 here. As time continued to move on, they've kind of tweaked the power curve a little bit. They try to make the car a little bit more torquey, make the car feel...
Hey, bro, just so you know, the two heads on the right on this video will have the catalytic converters bolted right to the head, as the 3-port would have the catalytic converter, and you would see the 3 pipes running, as you can see on the side of the motor on the stand next to him.
More aggressive for driving in and out of traffic, not necessarily for just peak horsepower, something that we're typically...
Hey, my man Aiden, how you doing, brother? Glad to see you show up late into the stream.
After in racing, but they got the exhaust port a little more refined, and they actually made it a little smaller. It gives it a little bit of a lower RPM power curve, while this one gives you a little bit more a higher RPM power curve. This one is just, you know, to me, this is the best overall in terms of exhaust port for making big power. To be honest, in most people's goals, I tell people to stick with the generation head that came in their car, because when we port the cylinder heads, we're able to get a lot of flow out of all 3 designs. We can get you pretty much to your goals no matter which head you go with. So sometimes it's best to just stick with the head that comes in the vehicle you're working on. And that's assuming we're talking about like an Acura TL, a Honda Accord, you know, Honda Pilot, something that comes with the actual J-Series engine in it. If it's a swap Civic, or, you know, any sort of swap, I mean, you can pretty much pick and choose which one you want to go with. We can help you determine which one's the best for your setup as well. So in this first generation head, the 3-port, this comes typically in, if you're talking about the 3.2 liters, you got the J32A1, J32A2, 3.5 liters, there's a couple more engine codes. You got the J35A3, J35A4, and there's a couple more in there. This one never came with the 3.7 liter. You just came 3 liter, 3.2, and 3.5. When we shift over to this style head for this exhaust port, this typically have the J30 for the 3 liters. You got the J30A4 and the J30.
Yeah, guess what? You could have all these head designs. You're hearing this, right? All these heads bolt to the 35, 30, and 32 blocks. You could put a 35 block and use your 30 heads already on your motor and put it in your car. You just got to change the block. And you literally increase with that setup. I bet you'd be pushing 300 easy. And all you got to do is go find a Honda Pilot, Honda Odyssey, or Honda Ridgeline, or Honda Accord, or Acura TL block in a junkyard for like $300-400.
A5. Then you come to 3.2 liters. The only 3.2 that I believe is the J32A3. Then, of course, you have 3.5 liters, and there's a lot of engine codes in there. Probably too many to write off, but I know we got the 35A6 and the 35A8. There's also the J30.
See, this is why, Randall, Aiden, you know my retardedness with cars as well. Randall here is one of us. He is exactly like us. He's a troll. He's already talking about using his goddamn freaking Lambo doors to troll lifted trucks. The fuck? And how janky are your doors, Randall? I gotta know. I gotta know how flimsy and not normal and terribly designed those hinges are, or did you spend a lot of money and get some really good shit?
7A1 comes with this exhaust port, but only the first generation of the J37. So this head, you can come pretty much from 3 liter all the way to 3.7. And then when we come to our final exhaust port here, this one comes in way too many J35 engine codes you could think of. So this head only comes in either a 3.5 or a 3.7. This head never came on a 3 liter or a 3.2, at least not here in America. Since the J-Series is so widely used all over the world, I wouldn't be surprised if it was on a 3.2 somewhere. But here, that only comes in 3.5 or 3.6.
Randall, the layman's terms you need to understand, you know, all the Honda 4-cylinder engine Franken combines of all the different heads you could put on. You could put a B-Series head on a D-Series block, if you know what you're doing. You could put it, or no, I think you could put H and B-Series together. I don't know. You can literally take so many different heads from so many different blocks and put them on different Honda blocks like you can do with Chevy small blocks. You can take all the different heads and interswap them with each other, yada, 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 yada. The V6 Honda motor is exactly the fucking same. It is the same idea, principle of the cylinder head and block combinations between all the different variants of those specific 4-cylinders. B series, you can interchange all the B series heads with the B series block. You can go H series, A series, B series, C series, J series, all of them. If it's a J series, the heads and blocks are interchangeable.
So all three of these heads have been CNC ported. So these are just fresh off the machine. We didn't clean them up, deburr them, anything like that yet. I just wanted to show you in the raw state how the exhaust port looks on all three designs. And what I wanted to do quickly here is I wanted to focus a little bit on the Gen 2 exhaust port for a minute. So I'm going to go ahead and set the Gen 1 aside. And I'm going to go ahead and set the Gen 3 aside. And I'm going to bring...
The Gen 2 head came on your motor, the 3.2, and the 3.5. Also the 3.7.
Right here, I'm going to bring a stock Gen 2 head because that's what I have here right now. All our other heads that we have on the shelf are already CNC ported. And pretty much we have the heads ported.
Aiden, this motherfucker spent over $2,000 on some door hinges. You said you spent $1,200 for the car. And you're telling me all the work you put into it, you put the same amount of money. Bro, you could put $1,200 into the motor and had normal fucking doors and had twice the power. Why? I get the doors and knowing you and then saying the fucking trolling the lifted truck guys. Okay, it was a troll. You want people to be like, oh, look at this fucking jackass. I get it. I get it. But why not put the money into the engine before you do the doors? Why?
They're ready, so when somebody orders ahead, it's not long before we basically do valve job, whatever processes you want. If you want a Super Tech spring package or Ferrera spring package, we press the bronze guides in at that point. We do the valve job, we mill the heads, we get them cleaned up, ready for assembly, and we can get you a set of heads really quickly. So let me get a stock head here on the table, just so you can compare the exhaust port on this versus the stock one, because a lot of people don't realize how much we were actually able to.
You should have just Googled Honda J Series. And you would have learned that the Honda V6 is, I would say the Honda V6 in the past 8 years has come to light in the Honda world and the performance boost world. And I want to say the past 6 years, the aftermarket and science and trial and error and engineering behind performance on these things. Now we have a very large aftermarket base of parts. I think the fastest J series motor I've seen so far was pushing 1900 horsepower, and I believe the guy spent like $10,000 on the engine to achieve that. That's just the engine. That's not the suspension, the tire design, the geometry work, and the tuning and the transmission building. And you got to take that 1900 horsepower and have it stick to the road to race. So there's a lot more engineering behind it. I think the car overall he had was probably pushing the limits of $38,000 total invested, but he was using a Honda Pilot driveline, which is all-wheel drive. It's basically, you have the Honda CR-V, which is the K24 ultimate driveline everybody puts in Civics, and then you got the Honda Pilot that people are now putting into Accords, but then they came out with the Acura RL, which was all-wheel drive, 3.7 liter V6 and pushing 340 horsepower. I believe the 2024 R spec or racing spec or sport spec, I don't know, it's something spec, TL is literally pushing 400 horsepower, no turbo, all fucking motor. So yeah. Trolls. I love trolls. Let's troll. Let's troll. Let's troll. You want to see some troll? You want to see some troll? All right. Here's my 1971 C30 Chevy dump truck. I went to a junkyard and spent $500 and got an engine that turned out to be a 383 stroker with a camshaft.
1971, baby. As you can hear, chop, 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 chop. We got a 383 stroker in here by accident. Got the engine for $500 at a junkyard. And we put it in here. Yeah, listen to that chop, baby. Use her as a work truck. But, yeah, guys, she a beast. Right now I'm trying to find a noise, but I don't hear the noise. I think we got a problem with the fucking 1C465 transmission 4-speed in here. Well, it's technically a 3-speed. You got a straight cut granny gear in reverse, so it's only a 3-speed. But hey,
all right, let's get deeper into it. Let's get deeper into it.
Auto repair.
Gary?
Hey, hung up.
What do you...
I just want you to know that was the second time I dumped the clutch, and I dumped it in second gear that time. I put it in granny gear, which is no gear. You tap that gas pedal, you're fucking redlining right away. But I did it in granny gear, and I fucking popped the wheels off the ground. And no, the frame's not bent. The cab mounts on that body are gone, so that's why it looks bent. But no, I let off the gas pedal in the granny gear, and I hit the brakes, so I didn't come flying down to the ground and bend the frame. And I let the gradual torque of the engine braking itself by letting off the gas pedal to thus bring my front end down safely. I got out my truck, and my buddy's sitting there laughing because I'm scared. Like, dude, I almost shit myself. I'm in the truck, and then I'm looking at space. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't build a rocket ship.
You getting...
And now here's the best part. Let me find the engine videos of me finding this fucking engine, bro. You're gonna cry. I paid $500 at a fucking junkyard for this thing. Where is it? We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Sooner or later, I'll get there. Sooner or later, I'll get there. We're getting closer. There it is. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We're getting close. These are the reposts. Here we go. Bam.
Now guys, $500 engine, and look what I find. I think we got a rebuilt motor. Those are brand new pistons. Those roller chain, roller cam in it already. $500, got a rebuilt engine. Who would have guessed? Out of a Camaro Z28.
No, no. What's happening here?
Now guys.
Wait, no.
Now guys,
$500
engine.
No. Fuck these other people's shorts. One more here, buddy. Damn it. This doesn't... Okay, wait. If I go to most viewed, it should be easier. Aha. Ah. Tell me this engine wasn't rebuilt.
For all those naysayers out there saying this ain't a rebuilt motor and hasn't been apart for years, yeah, right, this ain't been apart for years.
You're right, it hasn't. It's been sitting in the junkyard since it was rebuilt for like 5. But, yeah, look.
It's just a freak. It's a river.
Bro, there's an ace. As you can see, the 3 bolts. You see the 3 bolts in the center of that galley, the cam galley journal, or cam clearance spot? I had taken off the spider retainer because I had a problem with one of the roller lifters, and we went in and we just put in a new camshaft cam and lifters, and the push rods were the ones already there because the way the cam is, it's the same cam that was in there, just the flat tappet version. So yeah, we put them back because I do plan to put roller cam in here again, but it's in a dump truck, so it's not fucking necessary. And I got one more. Most viewed. Shorts. Thank you. This video is actually with my stupid ass having cylinder number 2 and cylinder number 7 spark plug wires twisted. So you saw the fuel shoot out the carburetor and you hear it backfiring. Yeah, because spark plugs are igniting on 2 cylinders when they're not supposed to. But even running on 6 cylinders, that bitch is fucking throttly. And what am I doing? One more, because they're all short ones. Oh my God, I am losing my mind right now. Why are you doing this to me? This is the engine in proper time with the proper spark plug wiring. Where's the, that's not the one video. Where is it? That's annoying me. I want to fucking show this one damn video. It's got to be that one.
Good old red reliable. Broken.
No, that's the old engine. Oh my God.
I think
This stupid fucking car or phone. I hate YouTube. I hate YouTube. Where is it? There's that one revving it. There's that one revving it. It's got to be this one.
Damn belt.
All right. I can't see chat. Let me get my other phone on so I can see what you've been saying. For some reason, it fucking went retarded. Let me ask you this, Randall. How clean's the body of the car? How bad's the rust? Tell me you're not in a rust belt. Tell me the body of the car isn't filled with Bondo. That to me would strictly have me say, as a person not of deception, to tell you stop putting money into that car. But the good news is everything you do put into that shell, you could put into a clean shell. So how clean's the shell? Here's if you got 4 minutes on you while I wait for you to say that, here's a time-lapse picture-based slideshow of me building that 471 big block of my dump truck. Skip this shit because that's the Honda motor.
Lost with all I'm not achieving, got my foot past, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the gas, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing.
I've been doing this, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic. Got me going off when I'm on this topic. Yeah, if I ever play, I want it. You know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic. Keep out your face, no way, you don't want it, man.
Don't try to drain my energy. The enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily, spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me. I don't need your therapy.
Bro, just download Discord and get on now. Why do it later? Do it now. You procrastinate, it never happens. You do it now, you might become an ASC certified mechanic. Little secret, I'm doing a Engine 101 theory, automotive schooling on my Discord. If anybody's interested in that, I can literally teach you everything about a car online like this, but in Discord. And you get $30,000 of training for $0. Do it. And I can encourage you to work on your car. I can help you with like, video call with you doing your valve lash adjustment, helping you through your timing belt so you don't have to pay nobody no more and you just fucking do it. Bro, you could go to Harbor Freight tomorrow and spend $800 and have every single tool that you could spend $100,000 at Snap-on for. Impact gun, 3/8, half-inch, quarter-inch, bit driver, Sawzall, battery pack, all in one kit. You could go, and that's like $400. And then you go into the fucking wrench aisle, buy a set of impact sockets for 3/8 and half-inch, metric and standard. Buy the gear wrench sets, metric and standard. Buy the master toolkit. Go buy an extended 3/8 ratchet. Buy a breaker bar. Half the tools I just lifted, like mainly just the hand tools, you'll spend like $180 on. And they're a lifetime warranty. You break it, you take it back to a Harbor Freight, you get it back. A toolbox that you would pay for Snap-on like 8 grand, 10 grand, 13 grand for, you can pay $1,000 for at Harbor Freight. And it's the same shit, bro. It's just tools. If it gets the job done, it gets the job done. It don't matter how much you paid for it or who's laser etched their fucking logo on it, being they didn't manufacture it. Snap-on, Matco, Blue Point, Mac Tools, all of them. They do not make their fucking tools in-house. They pay a company that makes the tools for all three companies. Harbor Freight sells Icon. Icon is Matco. And it's 10 times cheaper. You spend $1,000 on a standard gear wrench set. You go to fucking Harbor Freight, you spend $100 on the same exact fucking part or patent number. It's the same exact tool, but with a different brand on it and cheaper. Harbor Freight, man. Look into it. If you're interested, download the Discord. Trust me, you'll thank me later. $1,000, you'll be your own ASC master mechanic, and that's you just buying your tools. Bro, why? Access to the tool set. Bro, shut up. You're a car guy. Learn to do it yourself. This engine video of me building right here, I've never built an engine in my life until this engine. And it says 2 years ago, but that was 4 years ago. This is the first built engine, not rebuilt, built. Oversized pistons, cam, put the money, like this engine cost like 20 grand to assemble. I thought it would be cheap, but didn't realize that the 460 electronic fuel injected big block from 1988 to 1996 was rare and discontinued very early on, and not many aftermarket parts and oversized pistons were available. I literally had a company in India custom make 40,000 oversized pistons.
I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this. Freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus. Living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you see?
if you go ahead and learn a small block, this is a 1996 big block motor Ford had, the 460, but this is the 1996 fuel injected, had 8 injectors, and it was OBD1 computer controlled. But the way this engine works is the way a Chevy, a Dodge, all the companies in the 70s, this is literally the exact, all their V8s, all their V6s, all their 4-cylinders. I promise you, they all work the same. They were all designed the same. They just had their own fancy way of achieving the same thing. Literally, this V8 right here in this video is the same in my Chevy. The only difference is the distributor on a Ford is in the front of the motor, as in a Chevy, it's in the back of the motor.
Greatness, trust me, you can take it. Go on and take your aim. To last in the webs I'm weaving, I can change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break the gas, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the gas, you can see all the healing. If the things in the past, move on from the thinking. Put your foot on the gas, no, never stop the thinking. Small. Way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Too many things going on, I can't keep track of them all. From people dropping a bomb to people putting up walls. I feel like life is on hold, perception stuck in a vault. I know that time can heal all, but how much time till we fall? It's awfully chilly outside when there's no shelter to hide. When everything is a lie, you'll find that out in some time. But when the things on your mind are all considered a crime, communication aside, we'll all just fight till we die. Is this an argument or just the start of it? Either way, I don't wanna be a part of it. Can I just get some space? I don't have the heart for this. I can't be picking up the pieces, fixing scars from this. Is this an argument or just the start of it? I wanna drive away so I can.
Here you go. I got one for you too. You want to see all the moving parts in a Ford V8? I got you, brother. I got you, brother. You want to see all the parts inside of a V8 from the 70s? Every single part you're about to see here is inside of a V8 from that era. Holy shit, dude, I posted so many videos. Hey, look, that's the big block going together. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, a little update of where I was. All the pistons are out. We got the crank exposed. Get ready to clean this bad girl. Here's all our parts. That's all the parts that move inside your small block Ford 302, minus the crankshaft and the camshaft. But really very simple engines. Now it's time to get the crank out and clean this bad girl thoroughly and then put it back together. Thanks for watching. Gary. Ladies and gents, the engine is ready. Yes, that's our Ford 302, fully rebuilt, fully sealed up, ready to go. Should be fired up in 2 days. Stay tuned. Vroom, vroom. All right, ladies and gents. All right, go. Expensive. Hey, go. All right, go. All right, go. Go. It's recorded.
Cam, now last one.
Expensive as phone. 1968 C10, baby. We about to pull the engine and transmission out. Because,
If you see the burgundy GMC in the background, she needs to rest in peace. I missed my truck. Somebody T-boned it. I had a fucking 700 horsepower LS swap in that 1994 GMC. Somebody T-boned me, man. That was an all original frame, all original paint, stock as fuck looking, all original. Dude had it and kept it in his garage, bought it brand new in Uniontown, Pennsylvania in 1994, and I bought it in 2020. And then in 2023, some fucking drunk asshole T-boned me. And I was drunk too. That fucking douchebag got me a DUI and took out my truck.
3-speed? No way. Bare bones 350? Nah. 383's going there. Yeah. Somebody show me a nicer truck. 68, man. Still looking like she did. Expensive as phone. Expensive as. Hey guys, we are almost done. Boys and girls, men and children, whatever, whoever, who cares? The 302 is done. Time to go in a Mustang. Bam.
Hey, brother. I'm fucking stoned as shit, asshole. Hold on, before you leave, if you're still here.
Customers. All right, guys.
Look at that Fox body, brother.
This is her done. Just got the engine back in time properly. Think we set her out.
This is my art, bro. I do art. And if you wanted to learn, I'd be willing to teach you over the internet. Because that is how I fucking learned to do this shit. Nobody taught me how to build an engine. I Googled it. I watched hundreds of hours of videos. At this point in my life, probably tens of thousands of hours of video on all of this. You, if I guide you in the right direction with $1,000, you can maintain your own car. And if you wish to donate for my time to educate you, I accept that. But I would do it for free, brother. You have a good night. And just remember, I build engines because they're simple. It's simple, brother.
About 14 advanced, which 12 to 14 I hear is best for these. This thing loves.
To be straight up with you, doing brake, suspension, alignment geometry, transmissions, basically everything with a car is overcomplicated. Like a computer system, fuck that. Give me basic. Fuck these new computers in these cars. Give me either my own proprietary programming ability or fucking suck my dick. I will not build stock computer cars. Fuck that. That is dumb. The only simple fact of any gasoline-powered or diesel-powered car is the engine itself. It doesn't, fuck all the sensors. All the sensors don't mean shit about the engine running. If you come to a car and they say it won't run, I don't know, engine's probably bad, it's $300. Take a wrench, take a socket set, and crank the engine over. If it's a V8, you should feel 8 times you try to turn a clock. If you got 12 numbers and you got 8 cylinders at every so odd point in a clock face of 360 degrees, I think it's 33 point something degrees, a cylinder fires in a V8. You should feel resistance on the crankshaft 8 times consistently. If you can get the crankshaft to spin halfway over and not feel any resistance in a V8 motor, you have bent valves, bad cylinders, bad pistons, you got a blown motor. If you can't crank the motor at all, it's seized, hydrolocked, or yeah, it's bad. No matter what, it's bad. So if it just by cranking an engine over by hand, without even running it. A car with low compression and bad rings might not burn oil right away, might not do this right away, might not do that right away, might not show these symptoms early. All you gotta do is put a wrench in your hand on a damn crankshaft and spin it over by your fucking self with your hand. And 180 pounds of pressure, it should feel like you are forcing 180 pounds of pressure to turn the motor. Math.
14. Got about 80 hours into
Hey, what's up, Jose?
this project now. Hood's back on. Car's looking clean, man. She's ready for the road.
Hey, Aiden, are you up in here still, by the way? I gotta ask you if you're here. Jose, give me a carbon distributor. I live in South America. All right, so you live in South America. You need a distributor and a carburetor. I don't even care about the money. What distributor and carburetor for what engine do you need? I live in America, so it'll be very, very difficult to get you some fucking proprietary third world or other. I'm in America, so I only can really gain access of American accessible engine components. Oh, you're good, Jose. I mean, I would have give me a carbon distributor so I can maintain it with a you're saying for the Mustang, get rid of the fucking goddamn fuel injection shit, go to a carburetor and a distributor, and then you'll just fucking run that bitch. Yeah, Jose, I fucking agree with you 100%, because at that point in time, what do we have? We got, at most, a wire to the coolant temperature sensor. If you're a genius, you pull that out and you go ahead and put a fucking goddamn mechanical temp sensor in there. You get rid of the electric dummy switch oil pressure gauge and you get a copper lined proprietary. Get rid of that little stupid dummy switch. Put on a fucking goddamn oil pressure sensor from the old days, which is analog. Oil flows through a pipe. And get an HEI distributor and a decent carburetor. Well, fuck is gonna go wrong on your car, dude? Like, real shit, Jose. Like, what could go wrong? You know, you have a distributor, you have oil and coolant proprietary mechanical setup. So you got distributor and then carburetor. Those are the only things that are gonna fail. It's gonna be the wires, the plugs, the carburetor, internal. If you have the plastic timing gears from the early 70s that Chevy, Ford, and Chrysler all decided to fuck with because we were at war, or Cold War, or it was Vietnam, something went down, metal was scarce, so they went with a lightweight cram sprocket, aluminum, with nylon teeth. Yeah, you gotta fix that. I mean, outside that, you're gonna have cam wear, lifter wear. Everything else that would cause a misfire on your car is what? Mechanical. Means your engine needs some fucking love. And 9 out of 10 times, You take a fucking goddamn can of brake clean and you drop the oil pan and you pull the fucking cam out and you clean out all the metal particulates from cam failure and you put a new cam in, new lifters in, and you send it. I agree with you. But Jose, being you're a guy who understands the simplicity of a motor in a place that doesn't have the restrictions that we have in America. You understand 100% how fucked up this world is, don't you? Jose, you're in South America, brother. How fucked up is this world right now? From your opinion on the other side of the world. How fucked up is this world? Why are people... Like, please tell me your country isn't as naive as the rest of the world like most Americans are. Yeah, Jose, send it. Send it, brother. Let me just tell you this. I was once a United States Marine. I went to war in Afghanistan. I did a lot of years in some special forces style work. And any intel from around the world is crucial. And the powers that be want us all to be brainwashed, brother. They're not going to get us, but give me this data. Whatever you, like, for real. It's not often I get somebody from another country here. On the poorest state of the country. That's right. Bro, I got a fucking group from a Brazilian private military contracting group that has been trying to get me to go to South America for the longest time to do some work. Exactly, man. And just know, if you're in South America, I'm in North America. South might be safe for me. I might run to the south. But then you got Argentina down there, which is fucking Nazi. Yeah, I know that. And I'm sure you're going to be like, holy shit, an American knows about Argentina. Fuck yeah, I know. And I know Hitler died in Brazil too. Matt, is that you, Matt? Sergeant, Mr. Sergeant Zero? Is this the Jose? Hey, Jose, I have Discord if you want to join the Discord. I have a community Discord.
Hey guys, here we go. 1996.
All right, here, give me a second. Let me get you the Discord link. Hey, John, send the link.
Ford 460 big block, 7.5 liter.
Hey, Jose, that's the link, brother. Join up on the Discord, man. Keep in touch. The world's a small place with the internet today, and it's great for people of sane mind connect worldwide, because that is a fucking pipeline of resources that we will all need very soon, and I think you know what I mean.
And it ran. There was really nothing I found wrong with it other than our timing chain was pretty sloppy. Other than that, this thing was in really good shape. Everything looks good. Lifters look mint. Yeah, they're fine. So we're just gonna refresh this back.
Hey, man, I'm glad I met you too, Jose. Even though it was a short, brief moment, you're my kind of guy, just sitting there, give me a fucking carburetor and a fucking distributor, and I'm good. You know, if you take that car battery out and an EMP goes off, guess what? Fuck the electronics. You just push that thing and fucking pop it into gear. You're going.
Girl, rod bearings, main bearings, front main seals, rear main seal, oil pans being replaced. This one's leaking. These were known for leaking because of rust. Yeah, all the seals, put it back together, clean it out, tear it all down, inspect everything, make sure we ain't got any surprises. But so far, this one's looking great. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye. Hey, guys, here we go. 1996. Ford 460 big block, 7.5 liter. Customer states. I put engine oil in my car and the engine's still locked up. I think you put it in the wrong hole. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after a year of busting done, I got her finally officially in time. No ticks, no clicks, no knocks, no nothing. Sounds beautiful. No misfires. Stable runner.
Customer comes in today, said she's got wires hanging down and steering difficult. Now, I am just absolutely baffled and stumped at this one. If anybody's got a part number for these wires, drop it in the comments. I think I'm going to start there, and we'll investigate the steering.
Yeah, wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods. Top notch hoes, get the most, not the lesser. Straight terror, product of your efforts. Pushing culture, baby, got that body you can measure. Trendsetter, the one who get the weather. Swerving while I'm bumping Project Petter. Yeah, rolling through the city with the big dogs. Fuck the laws, loyal with me, we ain't got a count. Be on silent with the product and the peddler. That's how you make the money pop for everyone involved. And if you don't deserve a cut, then we gon' cut them off. My barber got me looking proper every single time. Fresh day, getting painted on that top grade. No, you ain't walking out alive, smoking what we on. And you know I got it boy for the ones who gone. R.I.P.'s in your memory, we carry on. When I die, they will not bury me, not what I want. Put my body, put my ashes in the river, y'all. That's how we know it, that the flow about to carry.
Alright, a little update of where I was. All the pistons are out. We got the crank exposed. Get ready to clean this bad girl. Here's all our parts. That's all the parts that move inside your small block Ford 302, minus the crankshaft and the camshaft. But really very simple engines. Now it's time to get the crank out and clean this bad girl thoroughly and then put it back together. Thanks for watching. I just got the engine back in time properly. I think we set her at about 14 advanced, which 12 to 14 I hear is best for these. This thing loves 14. I got about 80 hours into this project now. Hood's back on. Car's looking clean, man. She's ready for the road.
If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. Your car won't start, it's your alternator. Matter of fact, it just might be your radiator. Hold on. Or you can put some water in a little container, pour it in your car, and you can ride around.
You know, I don't understand why I never did this, but here's your front end making noise. Whatever the issue is actually there. Let me figure out what it is. That sounds like a tie rod.
Yeah, auto mechanic.
Yeah.
You looking for a job?
Huh?
I'm looking for a job.
Okay. You have experience?
Yeah, 7 years.
7 years?
Yeah, I work on race cars.
You have inspection license?
I work on race cars.
Okay. You have inspection license?
Special what?
Inspection license. You are inspection?
Oh, inspection. Sure, I have all that shit, tough guy.
Okay, talk to my boss.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
I tell him everything. You have a 7-year experience.
Put your boss on. I'll talk to him.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, may I help you?
Call it about the job.
What do you mean, what about the job? Are you applying for a job?
That's right, tough guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I work on race cars.
Excuse me?
I worked on race cars for 18 years.
On race cars?
Yes.
You have New York State inspection license?
Yes, I do.
All right. Where are you working now?
Well, right now, I just had to leave it.
Yep. Accurate TL. Bad wheel bearing. That shouldn't be. And then you have your third primary chain that goes to crank to intake sprockets. Alright? There's a tensioner that sits here with a plastic nipple that rides on our piston. 99.99% of the time it fails and breaks, and the plunger that's on your tensioner no longer seats properly on the guide. That's the number one cause failure. Now, the main thing that I want to point out here, guys, that most people fail to understand are the gallery gaskets on these engines. All right, so remember, these are variable valve timed intake cam based engines. So what happens here is this is your oil pump. With all the screws and stuff that you see I circled, that's your oil pump. Oil gets picked up from a pickup, which your oil filter is down here in this area, way down here, based on the engine. So oil gets.
If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. Your car won't start, it's your alternator. Matter of fact, it just might be your radiator. Hold on. You can put some water in a little container, pour it in your car, and you can ride around.
To avoid a serious bodily injury, use duly proper Caesar rim recommended by rim manufacturer, max PSI and tire industry, published noonting procedures. Very nice.
All my mechanic friends out there, I think I just discovered a challenge that we all need to start trying. Can you shut your engine off and land top dead center perfectly? I think I just managed to do that somehow. Yeah, that's dead on point. How many times has anybody got lucky at doing random crap like that without the intention of doing it? It's pretty cool. Everybody go for it. Let's do a challenge. How many times do you have to start and shut off your engine to get it perfectly top dead center? Here's a little information for anybody. If you own a 1980s to early 2000s Toyotas, you gotta watch for stuff on your frame, and I'm gonna tell you why. So from the factory here, Toyota really loves to put the AC heat exchanger drip hose right onto your frame. It causes a hole here, water gets in here, and it rots out everything back here. So the story is, divert that hose and fix your frame before you snap. In all my life being a mechanic, I've never seen anything like this before. Look at the presentation with these brake pads. Import direct. Looks like we're getting Lamborghini stuff. I feel fancy today. For a freaking Honda.
Ah!
messed up your car files, we have all kinds of fun things happening with this engine replacement. Some welds in the oil pan, you know, just cut the sway bar end link because you can't get the aftermarket axle in and out. But the best part of all is the sealant holding the exhaust gasket on. And of course it wouldn't be a complete, wonderful repair without an unrelated leaking brake line.
Engine performance. We got ourselves a Honda R18. New pistons, new bearings. Actually, it was pretty nice job here. We didn't find nothing too wrong with this bad girl. Honestly, I don't even think we needed to do all this, but we did a quick hone job. As you can see, we got an S45 crosshatch in there now, and a little bit of carbon scoring vertically. These old rings for the old pistons were the oil control ring was very, very plugged up. The head looked like it was a 150,000 mile head, and then I realized that we have this plug here. So if you guys have a 2006 to 2008, some cases the 09 R18 Z1s and A1s, your block would crack here. So they revised it and put this stupid thing here. This is going to be a prime example of why rebuilding an engine and doing an engine swap, you should always go over safeties, parts, you know, that could get you killed while you're driving. This is your steering shaft for a Ford F-Series truck from like the 80s to 90s. Yeah. No good. So, now we wait before we can continue. Yay. Welcome back to jury-rigged engines again. Porsche update. Got the exhaust out. Yeah, that was a pain in the ass. Every single freaking exhaust manifold bolt broke for the flange. And for some reason, it didn't want to let go of the exhaust either. So no bolts, and it just kept hanging on. And after about an hour of shaking the entire exhaust and then heating it with a torch and then banging it around and using a jack and a pry bar and all this shit, it finally broke free. Now we got the bell housing and torque tube, and then we're at the clutch. This was... Every single bolt is on this car has been a pain in the butt to get out, but we're getting closer. Stay tuned.
Please take my picture now. Shake it till you see it, and bring your fantasies. Become your legacy. Promise me.
Nothing left on that body, unfortunately.
Okay, this is what it's supposed to look like. This is what came out. Yep.
Today on Redneck Engine Performance, look what I found. AC's not working. I wonder why. I wonder actually what's bad up in there too. But this sensor is broken. And here's the other piece right here. Broken, muddy, corroded. 2013 Chevy Sonic. I think we found why it's not working. Time to hardwire.
Whoa!
really just come in the bathroom with a whole ass drive shaft? Where did you get that? And why do you have it in the house?
Oh, mais tu vois, une plaquette.
All right, Larry, I'm making this for you. This wire hanging out, don't worry about it. This blue wire right here, this is for a fuel valve. To start this thing yourself, you take this wire, jam it in your hot. You take my orange jumper wire, you touch the hot. Well, guys, we're starting to get close, but take the exhaust manifolds off, and then it's the alternator bracket, and then off with the heads, and we get to see how bad the valves are. So far, it's only taken me like 30.
Reason I started all, Lord, she's praying on my downfall, hoping I'll never make it out of this town. She won't leave me alone. Most evenings all I do is sit at home, think about the girl I done right or wrong. She's got my heart tied in a knot. Will I make it out? No, probably not. Yeah, wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods. Top-notch hoes, get the most, not the lesser. Straight terror, right under your errors. Pushing country, baby, got that body you can measure. Trendsetter, the one who get the weather. Swerving while I'm bumping Project Petter. Yeah, rolling through the city with the big dogs. Fuck the laws, loyal with me, we ain't got a cow. The Leon silent with the product in the pillar loud. That's how you make the money.
Hey guys, we are almost done. Boys and girls, men and children, whatever, whoever, who cares? The 302 is done. Time to go in a Mustang. Bam. This is how you know it's brown certified.
Tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about relationships and what I see as the basic difference between men and women. And I don't think I'll be making any of this mess up. I think the biggest difference between men and women is this. Men are basic, just basic. There's not a whole lot of frills. That's why, ladies, when you ask a fella a question, a lot of times the answer you get is, basic. Women are details. Details, details, details. Yeah. If you don't got the details, do not talk to a woman. I'll give you a great example. My friend Joey and I were working out at the gym the other day. Joey says to me, "Hey man, I'm getting a divorce." And I said, "Oh, that sucks. Can you spot me?"
Yeah. Just bring the van up tomorrow to take the rest of that.
Yeah, we got the head, the crank. We got both heads, the crank, and the cam that still pick up. But it's all here. Big Blue is being saved by Big Red.
If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. Your car won't start, it's your alternator. Matter of fact, it just might be your radiator. Hold on. Or you can put some water in.
I don't know, but I just looked out my door. There's an engine riding shotgun. What?
to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand. I love you.
I'm not attached to anything, but you know, that. Oh no, that's really bad. That is 10 times worse than what it was. But this cross member here is your steering. The box isn't broke, but if you look here, that's my steering box head right there. Shit. This is so much worse than it was last week. We've been driving this thing. Oh no. It really fucking came apart. That wasn't like that. We tried to hold it there, but it did nothing apparently. And nothing ever happened here. We tried to weld something just to keep it on the road temporarily, but nope. All right, guys, well.
A lot of things changed since I got my girlfriend pregnant.
Like what?
My name, my address, my phone number.
In Syria, there are no Walmarts, only Targets.
Why don't pedophiles win races?
Why?
They like to come in a little behind.
Oh my god! I screened Jenga in history class today.
Yeah?
We were watching a 9/11 documentary.
Hey, my grandma told me to be positive, but I was going in for an AIDS test. So fuck that shit.
Saddam Hussein hiding from the militaries, he dug underground.
He hits bedrock.
I like my girls like I like my wine. 10 years and locked in the basement.
Oh
Don't even
my
like
God.
saying that. Why did the child cross the road?
Why?
Because he didn't wear a seatbelt.
Fucking hell.
That is so...
Always wear your seatbelt, kids. See, we can make...
Why did the child cross the road?
Why?
Because he didn't wear a seatbelt.
Fucking hell.
That is so...
Always wear your seatbelt, kids. See, we can make that a positive message. As I get older, I remember all the people I lost along the way. I'm a tour guide.
What do cannibals call a pregnant woman?
What?
A Kinder Surprise.
That's so fucked. It's a 2-for-1.
Pretty much. Why do Asian kids don't believe in Santa?
Why?
Because they make the twins.
That's so true, though.
It seems you can get anything for free these days.
Yeah?
The other day, I saw a sign that said Free Palestine.
Oh, fuck.
How do you get the neighborhood kids to stay off your lawn?
How?
Register as a sex offender.
Fucking, I mean, it is effective.
Why is it so hard to break up with a Japanese girlfriend?
Why?
You have to drop the bomb twice before she gets...
I know what's wrong with it. They ain't got no gas in it. All right, guys. So here we go. Well, I found the problem. Yeah, wiped out all the intake valves, but we got exhaust valve contact too. Oh no. Yay. Fun times ahead of me. Rebuild. For all those naysayers out there saying this ain't a rebuild motor and hasn't been apart for years, yeah. Right. This ain't been apart for years. You're right, it hasn't. It's been sitting in a junkyard since it was rebuilt for like 5. But, yeah, look.
It's just a freak. It's a river.
Just opened up a lot of room to get this out. The gears off. We're gonna move this into there too. Sorry, I'm winded. This thing was not easy to move. Well, it's late and I don't really want to pull it back out, but crankshafts in. We're gonna do pistons and already checked my grain gaps and everything. Everything seems good and steady, so stay tuned. Well, guys, welcome today. Not very often I come into U-Pullets for parts, but if I find anything cool, I'll be sure to show you guys what's rotting away in this junkyard. Stay tuned, maybe you'll find something good. Right here, we're looking for a 5/4 train valve cover.
The reason I started all, Lord, she's praying on my downfall, hoping I'll never make it out of this town. won't leave me alone. Most evenings all I do is sit at home. Think about the girl I done right along. She's got my heart tied in a knot. Will I make it out? No, probably not. All I got left to do is sit here and drink. Another lonely night down at the bar. 'Cause I'm getting in fights and I'm falling hard.
It's a nice day. It's a beautiful.
There you guys go. She looking mighty fine.
Motherfucking thing right there.
Look at that piss trail of oil. By the way, it was painted before the leak, so don't worry, people. Yeah, Scott. Looks beautiful, man.
Yes, sir.
This Porsche is going to go back together. Very, very happy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here's part two. I got the new axle in finally. That son of a gun over there with the vice grips did not want to come out. But overall, this should have been easy. It was not. Here's something for you guys who ever have to change your CV shafts on these bad girls right here. This 4Runner is an 04. It's really not that hard to do. I love this feature on these cars. This right here bolts to the bottom of your knuckle, so you don't have to take the lower ball joint out to essentially move your knuckle to get that drive shaft out. So it's just take the wheel off, the nut off, and then 2 bolts, and there you go. You literally could take this damn thing right off the car. That easy. So I'll give Toyota that. Although that C-clip for 20 years it wasn't happy. It didn't want to come out. But easy.
I can fix any car on the planet. All of them. Hit my line right now. I'm a mechanic. Hey, up. Your car won't start. It's your alternator. Matter of fact, it just might be your radiator. Hold on. Or you can put some water in a little container. Come on. Pour it in your car and you can ride around it later. Look, minute. I'm just trying to help. Don't be mad at me. Be mad. You know what? I'm really thinking it's your battery. It is. You probably burnt your oil out like a calorie, but I can have your car brand new like the fact brand new. But hold on, baby. I'ma need a break, because you still need a couple ball joints and some brake, yup. It might take a couple days, so you gotta wait. I even got the plug on a paper plate. Up. So hit my line if you ever need me. I'm always under the hood. You will never see me. You ain't coming with no money. You can never reach me. I like my money up front, so you can never cheat. If your car fucked up.
Alright guys, we're gonna cease today. Maybe if I can set the damn camera down somewhere safe. Alright. You know you have a bad engine when there's no rocker arms, and this is the noise you hear.
Jose, I have been silently sitting here and just letting my videos play, and now I'm discussing you. Hey, check this out. This is my 1971 C30 dump truck, Chevy. And this is the 53-year-old engine I took out before I put a 383 stroker in it. Listen to give me a carburetor and a distributor. And this is why I knew my engine blew up, because of that plastic timing gear.
good sign. For that cylinder. I'm waiting for the gurgling. There it is. Yeah. That's a vent valve. This video is for anybody who has decided to do timing chains on their 2.5 liter Nissan engines between 2002 and I believe '08. If you put it back together and you notice you lost oil pressure, it's because you're missing that O-ring. This right here is a hard piece of plastic, okay? And your oil pump on this engine is right here. This is your oil pump, okay? Oil comes here, comes up, pressurizes, come out this hole. This seal needs to be right there. And you have another one too, right here. Remember, you'll lose oil pressure if that's not there, because oil will just spray right into the case, not go anywhere else in the engine. And that's your oil pressure sender unit, aka pressure gauge. So, fun facts. Don't lose this.
What do you mean? The difference between, all right, if you're saying a 2-stroke, okay. But if you ever worked on a 4-stroke motorbike, what the fuck is the difference of a 4-stroke motorcycle engine to a car engine? It's just bigger, Jose. The fuck you mean? Come on. Goof.
If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet. All of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic. Hit me up. If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet. All of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic. Hit me up. Your car won't start, it's your...
Alright guys, here's an Edelbrock AVS2. I'm going to do a whole how-to rebuild on this. Stand by for later today. Here's a sneak peek. But rebuilding it. If you know, you know. Well guys, got some good news.
No. Kind of. I'm a roofer, and I have a large fleet of vehicles that break down all the time. And we're friends that I do engine work for. I used to do this for a living, but fuck people. At least people that have the roofs, like Spanish tile roofs, slate tile roofs, terracotta tile roofs. I fix those people's roofs because there's only 3 people in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania that do that type of work, and there's thousands of homes. So it's a well, my competition is my friends. So yeah, I fix cars on the side. I'm going focused mainly in engine rebuilding and engine performance. Fuck your computers, fuck your car. You bring me an engine and you tell me what you want me to do to it, I'll do it, and I'll bill you. But no, I don't do this for a living anymore. I can't stand the ignorance of human beings in a level of every mechanic is out there to rip you off.
That's a happy 150,000 mile rod bearing. You can see little materials worn, very little. That's nothing. But for shits and gigs, I'm gonna get a set of bearings and throw rod bearings in here, because this engine was ran upside down. As like this. It was upside down because the car was upside down, and it ran like this, so no oil was going to the crank. But for the 30 seconds we ran with no oil.
Jose, just for clarification, this is out of a 2008 Honda Civic. The car was on its roof. The kid flipped it.
Sure as fuck didn't hurt none. So,
Jose, you joined my Discord. I give you automotive 101 theory that I will be teaching in my Discord. You can fix any car. I can teach you how to fix a car, any car. Doesn't matter if it's a fucking goddamn Lada from Russia to a fucking goddamn Chevy Corvette C8. All the basic functions of a car is the same no matter what. You got brake fluid, you got brake calipers, you got a brake pedal, you got a gas pedal, you got a throttle body or a valve for the fuel and a diesel. You know, it's fucking simple, man. Cars are very simple. You got shocks, springs, steering components. It doesn't matter what car it is. It's all proprietary and damn near the same. It is design and engineering behind it that's different. And computers suck balls.
Yep, that's what we're going to do. We're just going to slap some rod bearings in here. And then we're going to go ahead and do a head gasket, reseal head gasket.
Great cars. This car was flipped that this engine came out of, and it ran upside down with no oil. The bearings didn't get damaged. Look at the, it's all gold inside, not black. That is very good. This is a 150,000 mile engine in this video, and the rod bearings looked brand new. So the bearings in the crank component of this engine were solid. There was nothing wrong with them. Timing chain was fine. Nothing wrong with it. Like, my opinion on any Honda is that it is second place runner-up of the best reliable vehicles in the world. Toyota will always remain number one. They just keep proving time and time again you can't fuck with the Toyota driveline. And then you have Honda. I can't even name a third place because I honestly feel like everybody else sucks donkey balls.
Everything top.
My motor's knocking cold tonight. Guess that serves this engine.
Bro, tell me what car that you've seen lately doesn't have four wheels, a brake pedal, a gas pedal, a steering wheel, and a shifter. Some cases you might have a clutch. They're all the same, bro. You have an engine, a transmission, wheels, axles, suspension components. They're all the same. It's just different car companies have a different way of achieving the same proprietary standard. Every car on this planet is literally built the same exact way in a basic ideology.
This was right on my dashboard. I stopped to check under the hood, but all I see is bad and nothing good. Stay on the road. I think I blowed it up. An old man turned and said, "Hey you, here's some fluid you can use."
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Command and start. 2, 1.
Listen, it's not that old people are bad drivers, or that young people are bad drivers, or that women are bad drivers, or that men are bad drivers. It's that the U.S. has a policy saying, hey, before you're 18, you need weeks worth of driver's ed training and hours worth of practice on the road to be a safe driver, knowing the rules of the road. But once you're 18, fuck all of that. Just go down to the DMV and just say, hey, I need to take a license test, and we'll test you on 10 things. And if you don't screw up those 10 things, you get a license. You get a license for...
All right, guys, today on Jury-Rigged Bullcrap, we have a 2008 Honda to replace a 2007 Honda that my buddy flipped not too long ago. So this thing, today, what we're doing is we're watching paint dry. So exciting. Yep, no jury-rigged engines today. This is jury-rigged body work.
Proceed.
Yeah. So,
all right, let me ask you this. The only problem, Jose, if you're a Honda guy with the bikes, the only problem with a Honda is there are a bitch to start. But once you get them running, they're great. All Honda dirt bikes I've ever fucked with, ever fuck with. They don't want to start, but eventually they do. And then you don't have a problem. But I feel like Honda bikes don't like cold starts. That's just me. Every single one I've ever used, every single one I've ever owned, every single one I've ever fixed, all of them don't like cold starts.
Yep, looks good. Looks good. Had a little tiny rust hole into this corner of this rocker, and it's fixed up. So
Eat your heart out, kiddos.
yeah, this is like the most exciting thing ever. You know, you can feel the excitement in my voice. You know, watching paint dry. Literally. All right, guys. Thanks for letting me waste your time. You have a good day. Stay humble. Screw body work.
Oh boy. Oh, both sides. Wow.
Oh, that ain't right. Oh, that ain't right.
Where's the skirt?
Oh, you see that massive gouge right there? This is no good. Some debris got caught in there and it grinded the hell. There's a nasty groove in here. And that's 1, 2, third bearing on the head. And you can't just replace this cam because it's casted. The bearing caps are actually just cast aluminum with a coating. So this damage is in the cam cap too, which is a part of the head, and you would have to replace the head to fix that. There's no maintenancing this. This is you guys need a new engine. I could put it together, but it's not gonna last forever. It'll probably blow up pretty quick. So let me know what you guys want to do.
Where the heck did I leave my ratchet? Oh, there it is. How silly of me.
Oh man, you want that peanut butter interior? I got you. Got that real BMW, real peanut butter. This.
You said it's going on a four-wheel drive. No.
This customer tried fixing the engine shield noise by securing it with a screw directly into the oil pan.
Hey, Jose, if you're still here, let me ask you this. A Toyota T200 with a Toyota Supra Mark IV 2JZ. That truck twisted the frame, and that's why it was doing what it did. Just watch that again.
Shield noise by securing it with a screw directly into the oil pan.
Is it Sunday already? Shit, it is. Yeah, I'm drinking. I got my beer. Hold on. Yeah, I got my beer. You drinking?
Start my unit. I'm gonna check the oil first. Oh shit.
Well, had I known that the liquor was coming out, I would have been drinking it about an hour ago, but I don't think I need to do that. Because I got to go put a fucking Continental C90 engine into a Cessna 140 aircraft tomorrow. So I think I need to be on par because I don't want to lose my FAA inspections certified license. I don't fix airplanes. It's my own personal airplane. But I don't trust anybody to work on my shit. So I literally I did an apprentice for a guy of mine. And he gave FAA my paperwork and said, let's test him versus me go to school. I passed, so I can sign off on my flight log repair. But I want to get my plane in here.
That's weird. Turn that off. Let's check in here.
Yes, hold on. Hold on.
Today on Redneck Engine Performance, we get to tickle camshafts.
Pause the stream. Give me
Jukes.
1 sec.
I don't have a lot of faith in this cam.
If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic.
Yeah, bro. Just so you know, like a large majority. Oh, by the way, that is a 1946 Cessna 140. Basically, that is the first civilian aircraft Cessna had made after World War II. That fucking airplane in that video was made in 1946. The last time it flew was in 2013. I bought the thing for $12,000 and found out that cylinder number 4, which is an air-cooled boxer engine like all Volkswagen Beetles. I'm pretty sure you're very familiar with a Volkswagen Beetle. And an air-cooled Harley-style motor. Yes, it's an air-cooled flat 6 motor. The only difference is the cam is in the bottom of the block and the crank is above the cam. It's weird. And the carburetor is underneath the engine, not on top of the engine. Basically, take a car engine and then flip it upside down. That's how an airplane works.
I could fix any car on the planet. All of them. Hit my line right now. I'm a mechanic. Hit me up. If your car...
Yeah, man. I'm the 3rd owner, I believe, of this airplane. The serial number on this airplane has been with FAA since 1946. And its last annual inspection was in 2011. The plane has been grounded for about 13 years. And I just got the engine back. I picked it up at 11 o'clock Saturday. And tomorrow I want to put it in my plane and fire it up and break it in.
Fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic. Bitch, I can fix any car on the planet. All of them. Hit my line right now. I'm a mechanic. Hey, up. Your car won't start. It's your alternator. Matter of fact, it just might be your radiator.
No, any private aircraft, I except paragliders, anything fixed wing, You have to have a private pilot's license. Anybody can work on a private aircraft mechanically. You cannot sign off on the aircraft mechanically. This means that you need a certified FAA inspection authorized technician to overlook and sign off on your work. It's really hard to have happen because if that plane comes down to NTSB and the FAA will come down on hell on the certified technician to sign off on that shit. So I had one choice. I had to be certified to do it myself. I do not want to fix people's airplanes professionally, ever. I do not want that liability over my head. If I crash my own airplane and I die, I'm dead. Fuck you, FAA. Sue me. I'm dead. That's my thought on it. But I can't get the plane in the air without the license to sign off on it. But no matter what, with an airplane in the United States of America, you need a license. Even if it's a homebrew built aircraft in your backyard. Homebrew aircraft, again, you need a private certificate to fly any airplane in the United States. I don't know about the rest of the world. It's not an ultralight. That's I think the aircraft's gross weight legally by the FAA is like 1,800 pounds. So I wouldn't call it ultralight. I don't think it's considered that.
You can put some water in a little container, pour it in your car, and you can ride around.
Today on Brown's Engines. Engines in the truck. Impossible to do without a backhoe. Backhoe carried the engine here, cherry picker did the rest of the work. Finally, the C30 will live again.
See, Jose, you got me on aircraft. I can't watch a Honda CRX blow the doors off of Bumblebee.
Ready to go. Go for it.
The 120 and the 140 are the same generic airframe. It is literally the same airframe. I believe the 140 came with the Continental C80, as the 120 came with a Continental C70, but I have an upgraded C90. Somebody bolted to the airframe at some point, and then I just had the C90 rebuilt. The magnetos on a son of a bitch were $9,000, and it took me 8 months to get them back. And if you don't know what a magneto is, your lawnmower engine, spark, or your distributor, aircraft have 8 spark plugs. Well, it has 2 spark plugs for cylinders, 2 magnetos. If a magneto fails, redundancy, you have another magneto that powers spark plugs in all 4 cylinders. Kind of like the Mazda B series 4-cylinder 2.5 liter from the 80s and 90s.
Cessna 120. Hi, this is Mark from Skywagon University, and today we're going to do a little airplane review, look around, walk around and flight in this 1946 Cessna 120. These are great little primary trainers. 1946, the year after the Second World War ended. But look at it. I mean, so a little bit...
Bro, listen, man. It's not that I'm confident in aircraft. I'm terrified of heights. I'm terrified of it all. I just know an engine. And if I know 9 out of 10 times what kills a pilot is engine failure, if I know how to fucking keep my engine updated, I can fly. Plus, it's easier for me to get around, and I'll talk to you about why I bought the plane on Discord. I will not do it on live stream. Use your brain and what I said earlier, and it might make sense.
History. The 120, I always thought the 120, and then they produced it and stopped making it, and then they made a 140 and produced it and stopped making it and made a 150. They didn't. They made the 140 and the 120 at the same time in 46. So the 120 has no flaps. We'll look around it and look at the details of it. No flaps and no electrical system and no rear window. But if you add the rear window and the electrical system and the flaps, it becomes a 140, and they made them at the same time in 46, and then in 49.
Yeah, so as you just heard, it's the same airplane, but I have electronics on my aircraft, as the 120 was all analog. And all the electronics in my 140, it's costing me $28,000 American to upgrade into modern day computers for flight nav, which I'm doing for the reason why I said we'll talk on Discord.
The 140 got a single strut and an electrical system, a single strut and metal wings, and it became the 140A, and then they stopped making the 120. So this, in all effect, is basically a 140 without flaps. But let's look at it a little bit closer up. So originally in 1946, when this...
Randall, you are fucking gonna get divorced. Your wife's gonna divorce you, motherfucker. Why'd you come back? Did she go to bed? Did you? No, you fucked her. You fucked her. You made her happy. You felt all ego. I boosted the ego. She fucking looked at you cool. You fucked her. You made her happy, and you're back on the street.
When it was built, it would have had fabric wings. It's now got metal wings. They've been metallized. All 120s have double struts. 140s have double struts. 140As, which is 48 to 51, have single strut. If it's single strut, it's factory metal wing. So this was fabric, and somebody's in 1951.
As you heard what he said, my 1946 140 has 2 struts. Struts is the bar going from the wing to the chassis, or the hull or fuselage of the aircraft. I have 2 struts, so I had a fabric wing that was later on down the road updated to a metal wing.
one was recovered with metal to make it more like a 140. It's even got a landing light and things in it. You'd think, oh, metal, it's going to be heavy, use up my useful load. But
Hey, Jose, nobody's keeping you here, brother. Have a good night. Be safe. Check out, be on the Discord, and we'll talk there.
so it only weighs 16 pounds more metallized than it did with fabric on. It's got a strobe light and a beacon. It's got landing lights in the front of the wing. Everything. There's no fabric anymore. The ailerons, all the skins are metal now, and it's been like that since the 50s. No flaps. So a 140 would have little flaps about this wide, like an early 170. Not Fowler, not the big long ones that you see on the later planes. Just a little flap that just comes down, you know, about that much. And there isn't a lot of difference. If you're flying this plane without flaps, you just, if you're high, you slip it. I mean, you're not going to notice much difference. Also, this window, when this was new in 46, would not have been in the plane. It would have just been sheet metal here. So 140s had that, so they've added it to this plane to make it look more 140-ish. All metal fuselage, all metal, everything, all this was all metal from the factory. That tail stayed on the 120s and 140s. When it became the 150 in 59 with the nose wheel, everything got square. So the round tail is on the 140s and the 120s. And this idea as 4 seats with 2 more cylinders would have become the 170. So talking about cylinders, let's look at the engine. So the engine, 2 little over-center latches, but just for safety, some people put pins on them, little wing nuts on them, just to hold them shut so they don't open in flight. So you just latch these like this. Pop the hood. There it is. Look at that beast. So the cowling's 2 feet long, and the 6 inches of it is engine. Tiny. So this is.
You just said 6 inches is engine? My engine is not 6 inches. I don't know if this dude doesn't know measurements in American, because he's clearly not American, but every bit of that engine is a foot. Easily a foot.
The Continental 4-cylinder, 85 horsepower, conventional drive.
But there is the air engine braces that are about a foot long. So it's 2 feet of cowl, 1 foot engine, 1 foot braces or engine mounts.
Engine, it's the original engine would have been this engine, but not with a starter. So the starter motor here, the oil filter, didn't have that. This would have been no electrical system, no starter. It would have been a Hemingway starter. Regular viewers will know what that is, but a Hemingway starter is when you...
A Hemingway starter is where you fucking fuck around and find out if you're losing your hands. And it's hand turning the prop.
Go, farewell to arms. Anyway, that's my little joke about that. But look underneath here for access. Voltage regulator, magneto, starter, plugs. It's very, I mean, it's old school, excellent access. And the other side opens exactly the same way too. So we'll close that and we'll carry on looking at it and then we'll fly it. So here we are in the cockpit. Small, close, tight, but it's pretty much like a Cessna 150 would be. Very retro. Steering wheels, yokes, normal conventional stuff, a navcom, transponder. The way you start them is fixture in, master on, I won't do it, big mags on, and then you pull the starter. And you pull it, it engages, you shove it in. And now this is only mags, this isn't start. So you've got left, right, both on the key. Pull starter, like 170s, like 140s. It's just the way they used to be. Push to torque, here, and here. All the usual gyros. There's even a VOR in it. Nice conventional little layout. This bit here comes off. If you undo these, you can take out that panel and get to the back and work on it. Very good visibility. It's even got skylights. This plane's it's got excellent paint, it's good interior in it, but the sun has deteriorated the headliner because of these skylights. So it's coming away a little bit here, but that's really its only defect, cosmetically. But very, very sensitive on the controls. pitch, tail wheel. The tail wheel is amazingly sensitive with no brake at all. You can just, which might be a detriment. We'll fly it and see. 2 seats side by side. The fuel selector is here. It's left, right, off. And it holds 21 gallons of gas. 12 and a half aside. So it holds, 22 aside. Trim is here. A little baggage area in the back. Voluminous. Like one.
What's really funny, later, Randall. What's really funny though, Randall, is that everything this guy's describing is literally how my airplane is set up. But it's not a 140, it's a 120. The only difference on this aircraft is my panel. I have about 40 little gauges, as this aircraft has like 10.
But big. A suitcase could go in here, a little pouch. But nice, handy little plane for just sort of flying around the local area in. It burns about 5 gallons an hour. It does about 90 knots. It holds.
Mine does 120 knots because I got a C90 and he has a C70 engine, clearly. Anybody who says 90 knots, that's a Continental C70. 100 knots, that is a C80. And then you have the C85 that went 110 knots. And then you get the C90, which does 120 knots. And then you have the Continental O200, which did 140 knots.
22 gallons, so you could do 3 hours in it. And you could get a tail wheel endorsement too. This is a perfect tail wheel endorsement trainer. So let's look at some more stuff. So the tail wheel and the rudder obviously are linked. There's a spring here to take up some slack, but the rudder pedals come to this little actuator here, which moves the rudder as usual, and then the springs come down to the tail wheel. It's incredibly responsive. If I lift that up, and that's.
Yeah, just so you know, this motherfucker lifted the rear of an aircraft with his own weight without trying. This airplane is very light.
Because I'm strong, that's because that weighs nothing.
Fuck your commercials.
Okay, starting. On, primed, crack, pull. So the intercom is not allowing me to speak without transmitting. So I'm going to be talking. So I'm going to briefly talk into the microphone direct while I taxi the plane up to the other end. Very responsive steering with the tail wheel.
Customer states. I put engine oil in my car and the engine's still locked up. I think you put it in the wrong hole. Alright. Turbo to Odyssey, baby. Spinning tire twice on that pole. Fuck. There you guys have it. What's up, YouTube? Here is the infamous 471. Used to be a 460. 7.5 liter, now 7.6 liter. She's got, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000 miles on her since we rebuilt it and had it running about 2 years ago. It's in a dump truck, so obviously we only use her to haul weight and do jobs. But this was a 2-year process to tear this whole massive truck apart, get this massive heavy engine that weighs like 1,000 pounds out of here, rebuilt it, put it in here. And 2 years later, she's still running great, still looking beautiful. That paint is holding up shockingly. 2 years. And this is an off-road, just beater of a truck with this massive engine in there. One day when we retire the truck, we'll do something with this. Yes, sir. Still looking beautiful.
Straight up, nigga. You want your shit fixed? Go to who? You want your shit right? Okay. Go to Chris motherfucker. Okay. Chris Breezy. Yeah, Chris Breezy. Chris Breezy at his finest. Listen at this shit. The car been sitting for over a year.
What you telling him?
Torn apart. The car wasn't even in one piece. It wasn't even a fucking car. It was a puzzle.
It was a puzzle. Now what's that?
I ain't even hit the gas.
You hear it?
Drink a lot of coolant too.
Yes, sir.
Hold on to me, 'cause I'm a little unsteady. A little unsteady. Hold on to me, 'cause I'm a little unsteady. A little unsteady.
The rebuild begins, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Anybody who owns a late 60s, early 70s 350 or Chevy, or basically any Chevy small block and Fords, you need to watch out for this. It's all original. First person to open this engine up because, look. Let's look at James' original stamp plastic timing gear. Wiped out the fucking valves. So, there you go.
It's a nice day. It's a beautiful.
They say the best way to check for like something wrong in your engine is cut the oil filter open. So we cut this one open. Whoa.
Så halvgrunn
Hey, Flash, where you at?
Down here.
Stop.
So this more cutting oil. There we go.
She's spot on.
see you won't be coming out tonight. Very proud of the control. Take a look at track night. Beautiful evening here at Carb Mountain. We appreciate you coming out, sir. Turn right, so they can come out here and meet.
They're making it really hard to get the hoods open to change the oil on these cars now. Whoa!
Did you really just come in the bathroom with the whole last drive shaft? Where did you get that? And why do you have it in the house?
Oh, mais que vois-je? Une plaquette. Oh, 2 plaquettes. Oh là là.
Unfortunately, I don't have any ice coffee at the moment.
Okay. What's even going on there?
They say the best way to check for like something wrong in your engine is cut the oil filter open. So we cut this one open. Whoa.
Hey, Flash, where you at?
Down here.
Nothing wrong here. No, all good. All good.
I can see it.
Yep. Yep. You little bit of wire. Custom made brackets.
Shit, my phone's at 40%.
What a darling.
Sorry, live stream. Fuck all you. I love you all. Thanks for watching for no reason. But you guys have fun.
This one's the same size. Not that one.
Ебать!
Yeah, do that again. There you go.
Supposed to happen when you're going through the car wash. What is going on? I mean, nothing like getting your stuff washed, but this is a little...
Today on Redneck Future Performance, we get to look at this sexy Ford big block. Here's our oil cooler, or oil filter. Okay, it's gonna be mounted way back there, right in that little hole for oil changes. But starting to look like an engine again. Did a first crank over. Everything seems to be good. No noises were heard, so fire ups to come, baby.
If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. If your car fucked up, don't panic, don't trip. With these hands, baby, I can do magic, bitch. I can fix any car on the planet, all of it. Hit my line right now, I'm a mechanic, hit me up. Your car won't start, it's...
Well, guys, we're starting to get close, about to take the exhaust manifolds off, and then it's the alternator bracket, and then off with the heads, and we get to see how bad the valves are. So far, it's only taken me like 30. This is going to be out there to help anybody, because there's really nothing on this Jeep online, really, for how-tos on how to change the rear subframe out. This is a 2010 Jeep Patriot 4-wheel drive. Actually, this thing was pretty easy. First thing you want to do is there's an 18 millimeter bolt and nut here, 18 millimeter nut and bolt here. There is an 18 millimeter bolt here. There is a 18 millimeter nut and bolt here, which bolts right here on the lower control arm. You take those off. You pull the wheel bearing hub tie or trailing arm, pull the axle out. As you can see, the axle's down there. You can drop the whole subframe with all the control arms and everything bolted. There's four 18 millimeters holding this to the frame, along with the strut. Same on the other side. Now we have 4 bolts that hold the subframe to the car. But before you do that, you got to take the drive shaft off. There are 4 14 millimeter nuts on this. For the drive shaft, you got to drop the exhaust out. There's 2 14 millimeter bolts that hold the exhaust flange to the exhaust muffler, or the exhaust manifold to the flange, I should say. There's this wire here. You got to take the wire off of all these brackets on the car so it dangles with the differential. There's a plug right there. And then you have your third primary chain that goes to crank to intake sprockets. Alright? There's a tensioner that sits here with a plastic nipple that rides on our piston. 99.99% of the time it fails and breaks, and the plunger that's on your tensioner no longer seats properly on the guide. That's the number one cause failure. Now, the main thing that I want to point out here, guys, that most people fail to understand are the gallery gaskets on these engines. All right, so remember, these are variable valve timed intake cam based engines. So what happens here is this is your oil pump. With all the screws and stuff that you see I circled, that's your oil pump. Oil gets picked up from a pickup, which your oil filter is down here in this area, way down here, based on the engine. So oil gets...
It was just two lovers sitting in the car, listening to Blonde, falling for each other. Thinking orange skies, feeling super childish, no Donald Glover. This calls from my mother. Like, where you at tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin.
I have my
rest of my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free.